Welcome to day 4 of the challenge. And I'm going to talk about, does it work for your ethnicity? Can I prove that it works? And the answer is yes, I can. So I'm going to show you exactly how. And we're going to start with different ethnicities: white students, Asian students, black students, Indian students, Jewish students, Middle Eastern students, and more. I'll show you what makes a good student and what makes a bad student for each group. Once you see where you stand, then you'll start to know exactly what you need to do. And that's very important, because if you don't know what to do or where you stand, then you can't really change. You keep making the same mistakes over and over again. So, yeah, without further ado, I have 661 laid and poll testimonials, and I have it of every single ethnicity. So, this is a topic that I'm very familiar with. So, all right. That's now that we're starting good. We finally had some people. I'm not sure if it wasn't showing up, but because here's the truth, it doesn't matter where you're from or your background. The system works if you work it. So you don't want to decay, right, with cortisol. And I don't want to train zombies, obviously, but I've made my training different now. A lot of times things have changed. For example, a student will record in the video of what their mistakes are. And they'll say their name, like, John, you have made this, and this mistake. You need to fix it next time. And then they pin it on the WhatsApp now because they don't have a working memory. And they'll play it 40 times and they can pass the homework assignment in one day. Things have really changed. And even if you can't afford training, but you really are serious, you can always break it down into 3 payments. So let's just dive right in. So the first ethnicity we're going to talk about is the Asian students. Grit, discipline, and results. Okay. So what makes a good Asian student? We had some time since the last challenge. There's a lot of different things because there's like we have more data. Since the last month I made the 5-day challenge, I've already unlisted. You can't watch it anymore. But during that time versus this time, oh, a lot of Asians have actually crashed out. A lot of Asians that are half Chinese and half Vietnamese. This is very common with no memory whatsoever. But they're also good students too. So usually the good students, they come in here with the right mindset and willingness to follow everything I teach. That's what I'm looking for. They're not here to argue or procrastinate and make excuses. They're here to win. I have seen some students that are a pain in the asses. They try to do things their way, or they'll start to shoot down ideas. I've never seen this, or their memory is wiped out. So the perfect example of this type of student, the good ones, are usually engineers. And I hate to say it, it's not the Vietnamese that are good, because the Vietnamese are very triggered with a high narcissism. When you mix them with Chinese, that's a recipe for disaster. Because not only do they have the Chinese lack of emotions, alexithymia, they also have the Vietnamese guys triggered narcissism. So when you mix them together, it's awful. But in the past, I had a lot of Asian engineers that are around 5'7". They're not very tall. They're not very short either. But at the time, during the inflation, now it's the tariff, right? This is the second month of the tariff. But I had many students before during the inflation that works as engineers or a very logical job. And they share a few key traits that makes them stand out. First, these guys have been burned before. They've tried other systems. Maybe they've fallen for other Asian masculinity movement that's all muscles, or They follow white dating coaches. It's always the ones that are the most screwed up. It's always following some type of RSD or some type of mystery method type of system. Or they feel like they identify with the white dating coach. They feel like, oh, because that guy it must be good at game because he's white. White is right. Race doesn't have anything to do with it because RSD says that race doesn't matter. That's what they'll say. And that's the thing, because white dating coaches, they can't transfer their skills to minorities. Not that they have any skills, because that's the problem. A lot of these white guys, they have optics. These days, during the tariff in 2025 and even last year, 2024, you never see a white dating coach go from open to sex. It's always open to a pull to a cab, and it ends right there. And it's almost like the global game platform scamming network. They are like the ESPN, and they fool the Asians. They have Asians in there. It's kind of like they're looking at basketball players, and they start interviewing these people, and then it looks like they're gonna shoot the ball in the hoop, and it doesn't, and it cuts away, right? It's like that. Same with the white dating coaches. Oh, these guys must be good because look at the Asians. They have big muscles. They must be good. Oh, look at the white person. He's white, so he must be good. So that's the thing. That's the halo effect because of that one trait. Asian, they have muscles, and look, they look at me and they're like, Johnny Lee, he's kind of ugly and he's kind of short, right? He's getting a little bit chubby now. ABC, everybody looks better than John. Johnny Lee is the ugliest dog shit Asian dating coach looking person now. All the other guys are tall or good looking or muscular. So these people in 2023, they crashed out and they went for the halo effect and they got stuck. So a lot of Asians, mass levels of Asians, they quit. They quit for no reason because they worshipped Asian masculinity. And these global game platform scamming networks is ESPN. And they don't even have students late for Daygame, just one of them for the entire like 2022, 2023, 2024, 2025. ABC's only had one. But I digress. But these Asians, all these Asians have gotten laid. They know this is the right place for them. And these engineer types, usually they're Chinese people, right? They might not have much going for them at first. You know how Asians, like the Chinese people, they look so plain. So the Chinese are like the British of Asians, right? They're just not that good looking and they're kind of off looking. They're not like Koreans or Japanese, or they don't have some kind of like SMV advantage. They're just plain looking Asians. These engineers might not have much going at first, but at 5'7" with bad fashion, usually they have these. Today, my hair is not that good because I didn't want to put products in it. But a lot of the Asians, they have a split ends at the end of the hair, right? It goes in every direction. And they say, what's wrong with my hair? What's wrong with my fashion? They're like RSD victims. And that's not good. And that's the thing. But at least they're gritty. They have grit. They don't need to be naturally good looking or charismatic because they have the four traits of grit. And I've seen some very tough students, especially the Chinese student with 15 lays, 5 models, 5 white girls, 2 actresses, and he married one of the actresses and he's a father now. So let's see. All right. Thank you. So at least, okay, now people are showing up. That's good. So the growth mindset is the most important. We talked about it in the last challenge, right? We talked about 20 out of 35. We talked about the 5 mindsets. We talked about grit. But for grit, right, it stands for growth mindset. These type of Chinese, right, they're willing to learn new things and adapt for these Asians. Number 2, they are resilient. Of course, it's very different now that we're at the second month into the tariff. I have seen some zombies. Let me tell you that in terms of resilience. Sure, they could approach, but they don't have enough resilience to do their homework assignments. They have no memory. So they'll keep going even when it's tough. Number 3, instincts. Oh, this one they don't have. Instincts is when they know when to do it my way. Is my instincts, not their instincts. Because they don't have a working memory, they don't have strong instincts for these Asians, these half Vietnamese, half Chinese people. There's no working memory. And I told you in the very first day of the challenge, of course, not everyone has seen it. But on the very first day of the challenge, I talked about how cortisol can make you lose your hair. It can make you get fat or something, and it can also make you wipe your memory. And I've never seen the students' memories wiped away. Even Latinos, their memories are wiped. Asians, like a lot of them, Indians, and that's something I've never ever seen before. So they don't have instincts because you can teach them. I had a bet with an Asian student. Every single week, if he doesn't do his homework assignment, he pays me 160 bucks. So it gets him doing stuff. But because he's the winner and loser effect that we talked about, because he's in the loser effect, he doesn't actually do anything until the very last day because he's super ADHD. That spikes his dopamine, makes him want to do stuff only on the last day. And he loses the bet. But he has no working memory. He forgets every single thing he's ever learned. So the next day, it's like I teach him something yesterday. I phone him or whatever, and then he's like, "What are you talking about, John? I don't remember that." I was like, "Well, you not? What do you mean you don't remember that?" Or when they start going out there and start approaching, and then you say to them, "Hey, don't you remember like to fix this issue before you go out there?" They're like, oh yeah, yeah." There's no instinct. So now the training has been adapted. Now they have to tell themselves on the WhatsApp and they have to record a video. They have to pin it and the video will call themselves out by name. It's like, John, you have made this mistake, and this mistake. Make sure you correct it next time. And now they have to play it 40 times. That's how they have instincts. And even if they have the resilience, number four is tenacity, the ones who never quit. I've been seeing a lot of people quit very easily. I saw an Indian guy quit. And I know we're talking about Asians, but I saw an Indian guy quit and I kicked him out. Marco, for example, the Latino, and he was very tough before in 2024. He was half zombie, half human. And he was getting like 2 lays that year. I've not even posted the second lay yet. And also the year before he got two girl like no, he has like a no, I mean 2 lays. The year before that, he has a girlfriend and a Ukrainian fuck buddy. The year before that, he has two Latina girlfriends. They're quite hot. What happened? The inflation happened. The tariff happened. This is the second month. So we got more data about the tariffs and how it affects people. So it started exactly on April the 2nd. I remember when I first made the 5-day challenge, but they just don't have the tenacity to keep going. That's why I realized how could they ever have a tenacity to go for the knockout if they haven't even have enough growth mindset. They have no resilience. And the ones who have resilience, they're still standing up and fighting. That's great. But they have no instincts because they have no memory. So that is affecting grit directly. These guys have been raised with discipline. Normally, for the Chinese or some of the Asians, they have the tiger parents. So, what's a tiger parent? So, they usually push them to be engineers, doctors, and stuff like that, right? Tough love. But it's not tough love. That's when I teach them is tough love. Their parents, the biggest secret behind the Chinese parents, okay, I'm gonna tell you, is that you are their retirement plan. You're like, what do you mean? You are their retirement plan. So whenever the older Asian parents, they start aging out, they get older, they'll actually try to move in with you. You're like, really? At first, an Indian student was like, "That's bullshit. My parents will never do that." And then they start trying to move in. And that happened to another engineer student who's part of 3MP. He got so triggered and he got 3MP, so he went to mental trauma care. He says his parents tried to move. I said, "I told you that was going to happen." He's like, "You're right, John. What am I supposed to do?" So the reason why they make you so good at school is very simple. They want to make sure you make enough money so that way they can move in. They don't care about you, your happiness, your social skills, and it doesn't occur to them because they think if you make enough money as an engineer, and these days the AI is taking your jobs. That's the fucked up thing. Programmers, engineers, that type. AI is more prominent these days. They're taking the jobs of the engineer students that I used to have, especially Asians. So, so what happens is that for the tiger parents, their whole goal is that they think that if you get a good job, then you get a house or some kind of apartment, then you get a car. Then all of a sudden, without any social skills, because the parents are narcissistic, the Asian parents, especially Chinese, Vietnamese, but the Chinese are so narcissistic. next to the Indians, they have the most narcissism in the world. Their whole image is, it's like, oh, Jeremy got A, went to Harvard. What did you do? Right? It's like they're they're always comparing you to other people, and they're very strict. And you wonder, why are they so cold? Because you're the first sacrificial lamb generation. You're the immigrant that moves over here, or you're the first generation born here, so they can move in. They're like parasites. They're like parasites. So that's the thing. And their narcissism makes you want to be, they want to make you have a good job. Oh, Jimmy doctor, why you not doctor? It's like, you disgrace to the family because they're narcissism. It's like Indians and their families, like, oh, what will other people think? Super narcissistic with their arranged marriages, so they can put another generation of that over and over because they want to control everything. And you will become like their wallet, their ATM, and where they're gonna move in. Except the Indians versus the Asians is that Indians, they always demand you to send money back home, as they say. Oh, use remitly, beta, send money back home. But for the Asians, so when I teach them, it's tough love, but they get a little bit scared because they think I'm like their tiger parents, but I'm not. I do it from a very caring place, even though I'm tough. It gets them results. Their parents is not from a loving place; it's from a place of narcissism and a place of control. So, mind the hair. I just didn't want to put any products today. So, having said that, so they don't crash out or get triggered when I give them discipline. They know it's for their own good and they embrace it. One of my students even stood in a 45-degree body language, right? This was like 2 or 3 years ago. I'm not sure. But he was an engineer, a Chinese guy living in the United States. And originally he was from Malaysia. So he went to the United States. He has a work visa. That's the only reason why he's allowed to stay there. But however, I've never seen a student was able to do a stance, the 45-degree stance, for 3 fucking hours on one side. Like, the stance that my students always stand like 45 degrees in this, they literally stands like that. Like, and like there's no wall behind him or anything. He has no emotions. That guy's a bit sadistic. He was into some BDSM shit. And he got a white girl. But he did that for both sides. So I knew the Chinese were very different. Because Chinese people don't have any empathy. That's the truth. And I'm Chinese, so I'm calling out the Chinese. Nobody gets a free pass from Johnny Lee. Even Chinese people, right? Or I've seen a lot of videos of China. The women are so narcissistic. They're like, oh, pay us a dowry, right? Like $100,000 before they can get married. And they don't even have any sort of love or feelings or anything like that. The Chinese are a very strange bunch of people. They start sending a bunch of shitty good products from Tenmu or wherever the fuck, and their warehouses are all shutting down because of Donald Trump and his tariff policies. They're like a bunch of parasites and they don't have any fucking emotions. They're very logical. They're very smart people. They're very good entrepreneurs, but they just don't have much feelings, but they're tough. So basically, as I'm saying, that this is what they bring to the table because they're grit and discipline. And look how hard these Chinese people work. I'm not just talking about China. I mean, who the fuck could do that slave labor, right? And work in these factories and do it over and over. They have the level of grit that I haven't seen in other ethnicities. So, and they achieve great results. I've had engineers pull women home in just a week and a half and get laid with them in 2 weeks. Didn't take long. They show up for every single training session, complete every assignment. That was before, right? This is not like during a tariff. That's very different. But before, the Chinese, they never procrastinate. They're like terminators. They're focused. They have no emotions and they're relentless. And when I teach the Chinese, right, it's like, hey, this is what empathy is. So I make them watch a lot of, those kind of YouTube videos where they have to react to the people. So I always show them this married couple. Okay. And they're reacting to TV shows like Squid Games, Cobra Kai, all this other stuff, like emotional stuff, social stuff. And they don't understand, why are the people watching the TV shows so emotional for the Chinese students. It's like, why are they trying to always put themselves in the shoe of the people that they're watching the stuff with? And I say, dude, that's called empathy. And the Chinese person, like, empathy, what's that, right? And whenever the Chinese day game, right, they'll always do something similar. Whenever women tries to connect with them and they're slowing down their tonality and they always laugh. I had one Chinese guy, every time he talks with women, his eyes keep rolling like this, up. She's like talking, blah, blah. I was like, "Why is your eyes rolling? Are you having a seizure?" And it's like, "No, he didn't know he was doing that." And she's talking again because he doesn't care. Because that's how narcissistic a lot of Chinese students or Asians in general, very, very narcissistic without empathy. And that's not good. And we're not just talking about fake empathy, which is called cognitive empathy that sociopaths have. They can pretend to have emotions and stuff, but they don't feel it. They're like a AI that can learn emotions, and that's not good. So as I was saying, even though they might have low emotional intelligence, that actually works in their favor. They don't get caught up in the feelings or overthink things for the Asians. Or not talking about Vietnamese, they're so triggered. They're like impossible cases, but they just follow the system and execute these guys, right? They're hard cases, but they go through the mindset playlist, they become normal cases. These guys go through the 30-day challenge and the 21-day challenge, right? Like Elite 30 or Kaizen, right? And they're gonna go through the Elite Tonality Mastery type, and they can do drills back to back without missing a step. They're ruthless. We're not talking about Vietnamese, right? They're so full of cortisol. So what do you okay, so what are the wrong type of Asian students, right? So now that we have a lot more data than before, the last challenge was, I believe April, right? Now is May. Today's May the 4th, right? Because that's the Star Wars day for woke Disney. May the 4th is woke Disney. Yes, Skywalker, I'm Yoda. So basically, the wrong type of students, right, especially this month, are the guys who are complete opposite of the ideal Asians. They're not gritty, they're not disciplined, and they're usually like half Vietnamese and half Chinese. I've been seeing that more and more these days. And instead, they're stuck in their own delusions because they're super ADHD. They have mental blinking. You already know when the student is going to be bad because when you look at easy cases, right? They get laid in 3 days with my coaching. Even elite bundle 2, 3 days laid. Normal cases, they have a few questions here and there. They don't say yes, sir. Hey, I'm just curious, why are the students doing this and that? They still get laid 3 weeks to maybe like to 2 months, right? And then in hard cases. So the hard cases are the Asperger guys who are always in their head, and that's very common among the Asians. So these guys, because they're in their head, their left brain, right? The low self-esteem traits, delusions, half-assing it, wrong path to sociopath. I mean, bad decisions that fail in 4 months, and then quitting, right? So these four voices are like bullies. If that's in your head on the left brain, you're a hard case. But hard cases, like most Chinese people, are not emotional. They don't have any emotions whatsoever. So when we talk about that mindset playlist before, how they can reset, they can go from hard case into normal case. And here's the impossible case, the Vietnamese and half Chinese, right? These guys are extremely emotional. They're full of cortisol, their hair disappears, right? They usually have very thinning hair. Like their hair will just fall out. They also will get like a double chin. And I got a little bit chubby. I mean, I know what it feels like to have a little bit of cortisol. I've been eating a lot of food, right, for the first few days of challenges. So don't mind me. I'm just hungrier than usual. Today, I'm not so fat. But for them, they go through a lot of cortisol, like Cushing syndrome, the half Vietnamese, half whatever, or their hair disappears and they don't have a working memory. It's completely wiped out because of narcissism. And the narcissism is there because of the ADHD. So if like ADHD, what happens is that I gave you a homework assignment and you said yes, sir, right? You'll do it. But instead of doing the homework assignment, right? You don't actually do it. You know what you do? You actually half like you half-ass it. You do the minimum, and you forget that you even had a homework assignment. And then all of a sudden, I say, "Where's the homework assignment? You had to practice these drills." And they're like, "What drills?" The one that we talked about yesterday. And they're like, "Oh, I don't remember." It's like, "No, these are the steps." And they start mentally blinking. So mentally blinking means like, for example, I have a shutter on this camera, right? So if I, for example, you see I disappear, right? That's like mental blinking. Imagine that's my attention. It disappeared and it came back, right? Guess one second. Okay, I'm back. That's their attention. It'll mentally blink like that for these guys with ADHD. So I'm telling them I need to practice X plus Y and equals Z. So they'll listen to X, Y, mentally blink equals mentally blink. And they have no idea what I'm saying. They do the homework assignment and it's completely wrong. And it's like, I said to do this step, and this step. And then they listen to a second time. It's like a Swiss cheese brain. It's like a Swiss cheese will have random holes everywhere. And then the second one, when you listen to the same thing again, it has different things again. So it'll cover the entire holes of attention. But the problem these days is that they have no working memory. I thought maybe writing on top of their WhatsApp what their biggest mistakes are. So I type it out somewhere in the document. I take a picture of it and I say, look at your pinned comment for the bad students. This is what you need to do in the beginning. You need to look at the mistakes so you can correct it. This is your external brain. But for these guys, I have banned most of these guys. I have banned like another Asian guy for 2 months and also banned another one for 2 weeks because all these weeks I had a $160 bet with him. One thing I've noticed was that he doesn't technically remember the homework assignment the day before. After all those weeks, and when he doesn't do it because of ADHD and the four traits of low self-esteem, he becomes lazy and more delusional. Then he goes through the loser effect. We talked about the winner and loser effect. The more you win, the more testosterone you get. They don't have any testosterone. The more you lose, the more cortisol you get. And then what happens after that is that they start to root rot. There's a point when some of the students they start rotting, and you try to talk to them. It's almost like they have the Latino fuck behavior meltdown for some of them. First of all, they'll go through a one-track mind. They're not Latino. They'll have a one-track mind. Okay, let's see if that does that zoom in and out. I'm not sure. I don't even know the exact symbols of doing that. So, but basically, as I was saying, is that they start root rotting and they forget all the steps. And then they have the four traits of low self-esteem. And this is very common this year. I've never seen this before for Asian students. Asians were so tough before. And then the memory's wiped out. There's no human left. And when they reach a zombie level, right? They're not even half human, half zombie. They'll sabotage themselves every step of the way. These guys are almost always part of the Asian masculinity crowd. Almost all of them. They all have this belief system that the Asian masculinity is the right way. And I think that's really, really awful because their movement is that muscles are everything. If you're Asian and you probably don't have enough social skills, then muscles is what's going to compensate. And that's what's holding them back. You can't compensate everything with muscles because the reason why the Chinese or the whatever, the reason why looks are so important is because they don't have social skills and social calibrations. So they have to boost something up very quickly and they think muscles is a solution. And in case they find day game too hard, 20 out of 35, they're going to go to night game, which is 15 out of 35, or go to Tinder in a third world country to boost their status for the high status job engineer compared to the locals in Colombia or some Latino shithole country. And then that's why they're Asian passport bros in these Latin countries all the time. So in a way, they boost them high status job, high status lifestyle, which they display on their Instagram. And they have a third world money status advantage because they can afford to travel. And they also have exotic advantage because if you got a bunch of Latinas there, right? In the United States, they'll flake on these Asian guys nonstop. But when you're in a third world country where like Colombia, where the women are eating from the fucking dumpsters in some places, that's how poor they are, or they're into prostitution and all that shit, and all these dangerous people that will try to scopium you when you go on Tinder and they'll steal all your stuff. But when they go to these type of countries, right, they have more of a advantages, these 4 traits. So they try to boost. Not everyone has a good job, but at least they have 3 more points. So even if they have 0 points because they're not whitewashed, they still have at least 3 points. And then they think it's muscles, and they can raise it over the 12 out of 35 for Tinder. So if their looks are like 7 or 8, right, then they just need 4 more points. Some text game a little bit and some status maxing, and that's what Asians are doing. But when they come to the United States, right, they don't have any of these other points, and they try to do it for day game. And a lot of these Asian masculinity people would tell me, John, you're absolutely crazy for teaching day game. You should not be teaching Asians day game. They should all be doing night game only. I remember these Asian masculinity people flooding my YouTube channel, YouTube lives. They just flood everywhere because they cannot stand that I'm teaching them day game and that the students are getting late for day game, and they have really written off night game, which is 15 out of 35. And that's not the solution to everything. And the problem with these Asian masculinity guys is that they look like Ninja Turtles. You notice even with Queef and Casanova and the people around him, they have a big head, they have big fat arms, they have big legs, they have a big body, right? And they're so proud of it. They're narcissistic. And the whole point is to stand next to women in a nightclub. At the end of the night, when everyone goes home, they have this big body, right? Super fat looking Shrek body. And they're so narcissistic. They think they look good. And I show them my students. My students have a V-shaped body. They look like really way better looking, way more aesthetic. Looks good in a blazer. If they wear a blazer, they'll look like a fat Ninja Turtle. So they end up looking like a compound Ninja Turtle because they all love to do squats. My students don't do squats. And that's the thing. They think they're masculine. Women don't care how big your arms are. They always tell you the same thing. I love Asian women because they're beautiful. That's how they say it. Beautiful. It's like, why are you talking like that? They're not beautiful. Asian women don't have like much going for them. You look at the Asians, like we can look at Asia in general, right? Not just in the United States. In Asia, at least with Koreans, they have plastic surgery, right? And Japanese women are somewhat attractive. Not all of them. Some of them have bad teeth, but they have bigger breasts. It could be genetics. Koreans have whiter skin. And then Chinese are like the British, right? They're like the inbred looking, bad teeth, ugly looking types. So they have these face filters for women these days. You know that? They'll have on their phone, on their Huawei phone, whatever the fuck. And then they'll make themselves look like an anime character or something, like a CG character with big eyes and stuff and perfect skin. And then as soon as their app crashes, right? And then it flashes the real face for half a second, the women, all their audiences flip out because that's how they're making money these days. They're trying to just dance in front of social media with this mask, this face that is not even real, it's a digital mask. And then it looks like, it looks like they're attractive, and then all of a sudden they're they're literally more unattractive than a Filipina when their fucking face mask disappears worse than one from a third world country. And then it's just like, oh, everyone just like stops giving money. And that's they go on Facebook, they go to other places where they can donate like a little bit of money. That's how they accumulate it. So that's the peculiar thing about Asians in general is that they say the Asian women are beautiful, but Asian women are not beautiful. They all look the same. I couldn't tell the difference between what's a 5 out of 10 or a 9 out of 10 for a Chinese woman. And I'm Chinese myself. I rarely find Chinese attractive. I've only ever found like 2 Chinese ever attractive, 2 Chinese women my whole life. They all look very plain Jane. And that's the thing. So when they going after Asians, these Asian masculinity in nightclubs, what they're really doing is saying that they can't get white girls, and they'll say, "Oh, of course we can get white girls all the time. I'll show you proof," and there's no proof. They'll disappear, and it's like, "Okay, show me you with a white girl." They can't, but they like Asians more. That's what they'll tell you. They'll delude themselves for their narcissism. That's the thing. These guys are the most toxic PUA types. These PUA crews. What I mean by what's a PUA crew? It's almost like a group of pickup artists, except that when they're Asians, right? You always have a very sadistic person insulting everyone in the crew. That's what happened with my half Chinese. I mean, that's what happened with my Chinese student with 15 lays, 5 models, 5 white girls, 2 actresses. Somebody in the crew was like criticizing him, so I taught him to get 15 lays, 5 models, 5 white girls, 2 actresses, one foursome, and he married one of them just to spite the other person. But they're sociopath, they're narcissistic, and they're sadistic. These type of people, they're very sadistic. So that's dark tetrad. That's a sadism, sociopathy, excessive narcissism, and Machiavellian manipulation. They love insulting each other because it makes them feel superior. But here's the thing, these guys aren't psychopaths. These are more like, because psychopaths, like my good students, a lot of them are psychopaths and they can detach their emotions. It's not because they're killers. They're far from it. They're too beta to kill anybody. These students that are Chinese and they're psychopaths, they're usually very logical and they're very smart. But they're different because they can detach emotionally. However, you got the other type that are half Vietnamese and half Chinese, and these guys are more sociopaths. They're delusional. They're more like the far left. They have this far left thinking. You know how the far left is trying to have very irrational things, like they're defending this guy who was sent to the supermax prison in Latin country, right? I think Venezuela and stuff. And they're now defending this guy, this Garcia guy. It makes no sense why they're doing that. They're irrational people. They're sadistic. They'll try to firebomb Elon Musk dealerships. These kind of people, the far left, they're sadistic, sociopathic, delusional, narcissistic, and Machiavellian manipulators. They think if they throw in enough like Molotov cocktails into Teslas, then Elon Musk will leave. And they did. He did leave because that's how they think. It's not about actually being logical because there's no logical conversation that they can have. When you look at the far left, right, a lot like the sociopathic Chinese or even the dating coaches who are far left because they're irrational and they're triggered, right? The more triggered they are, the more alexithymia, the lack of emotions that they have. But for this far left type of people, right? Let's see. My point was that these sociopaths have low emotional intelligence. They're always stressed out. They're filled with cortisol. They're always crashing out. And that's what I've noticed this year. And they don't have a working memory. And one thing you notice is that they talk either very beta or they talk very fast around women. Whenever they go out there and they start approaching this year in 2025, they sound exactly like this. And let me show you. They'll be like, "Excuse me, real quick, I have a question." They're all stressed out. You can hear it in their voice. "I was looking for a place called Zara. Do you know I can find it? Oh, by the way, I just know something about you." You have to go higher, right? Not just go downwards because they're so stressed they can't remember the steps. "I just noticed that you are X plus Y. Are you creative, artistic? Are you an artist? Oh, I know it's random, but it's like they're speaking as fast as possible. They're rolling the syllables. Like I said, when you roll the syllables, that's when it's game over because you've forgotten everything. And these days, I make the students actually in front of the camera, they record themselves and they tell themselves that, hey, these are your mistakes. Don't roll the syllables. Don't speak so fast and make sure you add all these steps for the hybrid opener. They have no working memory because the cortisol has taken it away from them. So they watch the video now. I have not done that with the Asians yet to have Vietnamese to have Chinese yet. But when they come back from their ban, they're going to record a video calling themselves out. We're going to pin the video and they may not listen to me when I type stuff out and I put that up there for them to remember their mistakes. They have no working memory that they should even look at that WhatsApp piece up there. But however, when they see a picture or a video of their face and calling themselves out for these Asians who will be back from a ban eventually, then they're going to see that, wait a minute, I don't remember this, but now this person, that's them from the past, is telling their future self that these are their mistakes. And they're playing it 40 times until it burns into their memory. That's the solution. because they don't have a working memory due to the loser effect, the winner or loser effect. That's why they don't have testosterone. The more you win, the more testosterone you get. The more you lose, the more cortisol you get. So for these half Vietnamese, half Chinese types that are crashing out, these type of people that are almost having a Latino fuck behavior, you know? Like I seen one of them that had like a one-track mind, could only do one steps, the wrong path to sociopath, it blows up in his face in 4 months, making really shitty decisions like a zombie, having a meltdown. Like we're talking about a really, really big meltdown. The bigger the double chin, the bigger the meltdown. And then eventually they'll quit. They have not quit yet. And then they'll resurrect themselves. That's how Latinos are like. But for these type of half Vietnamese and half Chinese, right, with really bad genes, that's why I told one of my Vietnamese students, he's like, John, I want to start. That's how he talks. Like, I want to start a boot camp this year. I was like, dude, during a tariff, you're gonna get fucking demolished, right? With your double chin and stuff. Stay with your Latina girlfriend. I have a Vietnamese student in Kaizen program before, and for him, I should play his testimonial. I have it somewhere. But for this guy, he got laid with a Latina and he lost his virginity to her. But this woman, she died. She had liver sclerosis. And when she died, he starts banging the older sister, which is way harder. You can't even make this shit up. So, I mean, I have like so many video testimonials. And here's the thing, though. I thought I have maybe 40 extra. I counted them. It's closer to 50 or 60 of them unreleased. And yesterday we played a lot of testimonials near the end. But as I'm saying about the Asians, right? What's worse is their obsession with night game. They love night game. These guys always talk about night game as is the ultimate solution. They use night game as a crutch, right? Because they know deep down that they may be socially impaired. Not only are they either sociopathic, if they're far left thinking, like the Vietnamese, but if they're like the Chinese, right? They're more like psychopathic, but they also very autistic and Asperger like, especially the engineers. So they think nightclub is the solution. But the problem is that in their PUA crew, the dark tetrad people always insults them. They always wear this black T-shirt with a big bulky Ninja Turtle body and big fat arms with no definition. That's what happens in a PUA crew. And they always criticize them. Why don't you have enough bulkiness, right? And they'll beat themselves up. These guys with former Asian masculinity. So because once they have this Asian masculinity mindset, they always sabotage themselves. Oh, white women are all racist. But they don't like Asians. And then whenever they pull her back home, what happens is that they'll cock block themselves. They'll find a way to destroy the interaction because of their belief system. And that's not a good thing because these types are also very narcissistic. They think I have to suck up to them. They think the world revolves around them. And a lot of times I just tell these people, don't come here for coaching. Fuck off, right? Go somewhere else. They go somewhere else and they get in trouble with the law. They go to Jan Lifestyle and then they get fingerprinted because they thought he was touching this woman's breast, maybe from a different angle. They were not, but that's what happens. They don't listen and they don't learn and they march to the beat of their own drummer, their own delusions. They're completely delusional, full of cortisol, convinced that their problem is not they're not masculine enough. What does that mean? So they think Asians, the problem is that Asians are not masculine enough. Is that right? How is that possible? Because look at K-pop, for example. White girls who are very pretty that are European and even Latinas in general, they all love K-pop. So the pretty boy type of Asian are actually more attractive in the eyes of white girls. How is that possible? Hmm? It doesn't make any sense because Asians like ABCs are always saying this. Oh yeah, don't go for a K-pop kind of aesthetic. You need more muscles, right? They're always trying to be that. They always love to be that Asian American with big muscles and a square jawline and muscular. But there is no positive stereotype of that. When you look at Hollywood, it's like, oh, I'm going to talk about Glenn from whatever, from Fast and the Furious, right? With a big square jawline, or maybe like some kind of other actor, this and that. There's almost no Asian positive stereotypes. They're always the same. They have no facial expressions. And name one of them that have a facial expression, or they say Shang-Chi, right? And that guy's so ugly. He's almost a disgrace to Asian people. They start roasting him. Like the Asians, the Chinese, the British, right, of Asians. And who are the Mexicans of Asians? Filipinos. But They don't have any sort of positive stereotype or any sort of like, those kind of bands that sings and stuff like that, like K-pop. They have nothing like that, but they're good at karaoke. But they think that Asian are too feminine, right? And they're doubling down their Asian masculinity movement, and they're fixing but instead of fixing their social skills, right, or tonality or fashion, they're completely autistic. Here's the thing, and they're the runners. These guys are always cowards, right? They're always making excuses. They'll claim that they have a medical issue, these Asians, these bad students, an injury. It's almost 99% is that they have an injury so they cannot follow instructions. Does that make sense? It's always some kind of physical injury and they'll claim it's real before they're kicked out. So I don't believe them because one time a guy from Australia, he died because he says, "Oh, I got weak joints or something," and then he got a blood clot in his left lung because he was, too much cortisol and rolling the letters, the winner and loser effect. But he said, "I'm a winner." That's how delusional. I can't hear my own mistakes. And he died. So they'll say they're sick or too busy, but it's all excuses to avoid facing their fears. This is what happens when you have too much cortisol, winner or loser effect. They're losers. These guys are always running away from a challenge because they don't have grit. So instead of facing them head on, one of the most frustrating things about these students is that their tendency to create zombie steps. Oh, let me tell you about the Vietnamese or the half Chinese, half Vietnamese types. What is a zombie step? You might be thinking, well, zombie, right? So imagine I tell them, right? Hypothetically, not for day game, but just hypothetically, that here's the instructions, okay? I want you to go down the street, drive forward, and turn left. And then from there, you're just gonna turn left again. Okay? One, two, two. What they'll do with the zombie step is that because their brains don't work and they have no memory and they're delusional on top of everything, they're gonna turn right. They're gonna hit the car on the right side, then they're gonna turn left. And then as soon as they turn left, right, to go into the other street, they'll turn right again, hit the other car, and turn left. That's a zombie step. They created a step that I never taught them. They'll add some kind of thing to the mix. They can't follow instructions because they have excessive ADHD and they're losers. Because they're ADHD, they never complete a single task. So they start gaslighting their own brain. They have withdrawal from the emotional bank account. Then they have the four traits of low self esteem. That's what's happening. So when they keep doing that over and over again, they'll create more zombie steps because they're super autistic, kind of like a Latino fuck behavior. You know how Latinos, they can't do multiple steps. Look at Marco, for example. Every single time we have a punch card, Marco never fucking shows up. And you might think, well, is that true? Does Marco actually have a punch card? And yeah, Marco got banned for a month for being a bad Latino student. And here is his punch card. All right. So I'll I'll click on it if you can see it or not, but hopefully. So imagine you see these check marks, right? These are 4 times. Marco only shows up 4 times, right? He's Latino, but we're talking about Asians. And this time he showed up 2 times. He always quits after 4. So he got banned for a month. So that's the problem. They have these zombie steps because Marco is Latino. Other Latinos, if they have to do like a breathing exercise, even that's a funny thing because I think that a lot of these Vietnamese guys or not Filipinos, but Vietnamese, they're almost like the Latinos of Asians, right? They're not exactly, but kind of similar. The darky Asians. And I'm only looking dark today because there's a background over here. There's like drapes and stuff. That's why you see a reflection. I'm not that dark. I'm actually quite light skinned, but I'm not tanned. But the tan type of Asians, they tend to have a Latino fuck behavior. They have like a one track mind. They're like a Pentium 1. They can't do multiple steps. And as soon as you add the 2 steps together, right, then the brain shuts down. So it's the way you think about it, it's almost like a computer, a CPU. If they're a normal case, then they're like a 16 core processor from Intel, not AMD. Very powerful stuff. A modern one. It can do a multiple threads, it can do multiple steps. And then when you look at normal cases, they're just a quad core. They only have 4 cores, right? But they can still operate. They're fast. They'll still render and they'll get the thing done. When you have a Asperger guy, like a logical type of half Asian, half Vietnamese type, and they're Asperger's, they're like a dual core processor. You know, dual cores, those slow 2 core processors, they overheat very easily. And one side handles all the instructions, like the left brain, all their delusions, while the other side overheats. They can't do much. But as soon as they do a third step for these guys, right? Do step number 1, and then they have to go to here. And then on the third step, rather than turning left and then left again, they'll turn left, left, and then they'll go right. And they say, whoops, the third step always fucks up for these type. Or else they go forward and then turn right and then turn left and then they go somewhere else on the third step because they have a dual core brain. So if a student has a one-track mind, like a Latino fuck behavior, so what kind of processor? That's like an old Pentium 1 Windows 95 processor, very slow, overheats, full of viruses in their brain. That's where the 5 traits of Latino fuck behavior comes from. One track mind, right? Stubbornness. Number 2, the wrong path to sociopath. Number 3, crashing out, right? Overheating, just like a computer overheating. Number 4, quitting. And number 5, restarting the computer to try again just to get stuck. So whenever you see a student that cannot do multiple steps, they can only do one step before they have a zombie step. They start. It's almost like they're not actually doing it properly. They have to think about it like a recipe because they're trying to cook steaks. It's like they grab a big piece of steak and they're trying to fry it and burn it less because their brains don't work. If they just follow recipes, it has a few steps. But because they don't follow all the steps, they'll just burn it. And here's the thing though. If you try to change anything from the recipe, then like you're making a cake, it's not gonna work. But these guys with their zombie step, it's like they're taking a shit right into the recipe rather than burning steaks, right? Because that's how they think. Even with other Latinos, they'll tell me, John, I've already done this homework assignment once. Why am I doing it again? They think once they do it, they throw a steak into a fire, right? Into a pan, and it doesn't burn as badly the next time. At least they attempted it. That's the wrong mindset. It has to be like a recipe. So when you can't do multiple steps, you can't do like a recipe. That's why memory is very important. And sometimes I don't teach memorization. This is not like Todd V or some kind of Jordan Peterson bullshit, right? Like Todd V, like Jordan Peterson, the way he talks, when he starts talking and trying to sound philosophical by not saying anything at all. That's Jordan Peterson. But I'm talking about really profound things because for the Asians, you guys stop burning steaks. You're not here to throw an expensive Wagyu steak and you just say, "Oh, I tried the homework assignment. I did it once. I didn't burn the steak that badly. The second time, look, it's a little bit less burn, but you wasted 2 times of expensive steaks." I want a recipe. And then whenever they have the zombie step, okay, it's step 1, put flour in there. Okay, step 1, flour. Step number 2, put some eggs in there. Okay, step number 2. Okay, now their dual core brain will fuck up. Step number 3, put some salt. No, they'll put some baking powder and then they'll take a shit into the recipe. That's how they think. The reason why they take a shit into recipe is because they need to put their own signature because they're narcissists. That's why they're damaged goods. They need to have their way. They need to feel good that they have some ownership over the training process. And that's when they become unteachable cases by trying to change the recipe of the training. And sometimes you need a lot of practice to be able to replicate the recipe over and over, but they never get there with their zombie steps. So that's exactly the problem. They gotta learn how to bake a cake. That's why these days working memory is so important. I'm making my students listen to my instructions at least 12 times, and I'm making them listen to it before they start 40 times. But they're constantly sabotaging themselves and they're exhausting to deal with. And so many Asians, right? The bad students and so many students right now, like almost most of the students are already banned right now. The existing older students, because they're full of cortisol, the United States guys. And I've banned Marco, I've banned other Asians, I banned 2 of them right now. I banned an Indian guy, I expelled him. I banned other people too. Another Latino student who's Gen Z. There's so many people that are banned, but when they got elite tonality mastery upgrade for the Gen Z guy, I told him to watch the course like at least 6 times because they don't have a working memory. So he keeps creating zombie steps, these steps that don't exist. So I'm thinking if I make him watch Elite Tonality Mastery 6 times, then maybe around the 4th or 5th time, he's gonna remember a little bit because it's forced into their brain. If they're turning into zombies, right? If you throw it enough times in their brain and you force them to look at the steps, then they're gonna be able to learn it. So they can't finish a 21-day challenge, let alone a 30-day challenge. So they always say, "I'll do it tomorrow," but tomorrow never comes. They'll take breaks, they'll lose momentum. That's the problem. Just like Marco, you saw. He disappears after every 4 days, and he's like, "Fuck, I did it again." Yeah, you did it again. Just like the Gen Z Latino does the same thing. And even today, when I was writing in the community section, another Latino guy, he was drinking. He went to night game maybe, and then he fell and he has a bunch of scratches all over his face. It looks like a tiger mauled him. And he crashed out, right? But not mentally, but physically he crashed out. So, but I said, don't stop the training. You can still practice. But we're talking about Asians, right? The worst of the worst are the unteachable cases. These guys are zombies. They have gone too far with the winner and loser effect. And the tariff is making everything worse. They can't hear their own mistakes. Here's the worst type of Asian students. We play an audio, right? And they listen to it. Most of the time, there are two ways to actually hear the mistakes. Number one, I have an audio that calls out the 4 traits of low self-esteem. Okay. So there's a 47-second audio, and I have it somewhere here. So basically, it will call out the brain if I can find it. It'll say, "Brain, stop being so delusional. I want to hear my mistakes," and it'll tell them to shut the fuck up in a very loud way. And this is what gets them opening up their brains. And they'll say, "Brain, just stop half-assing things," right? Something like that. Shut the fuck up really loud. And the reason why you say that is because it shocks their brain. Their narcissism is almost like they're possessed. And when they're doing that, then they can hear their mistakes. So let's see if I can find it. If I cannot find it, then whatever. But if I can find it, that would be great. Because all the other students have to listen to this. If they don't listen to this, then they're just going to lose their mind. It's a 27-second audio. And yeah, right here. Let's listen to it. So this is the audio. There's two ways to snap a zombie out of their zombie traits. Number one is this. No voice. I want to hear my mistakes. Half-assed voice. I don't want to be lazy. I want to do the assignment properly. No, stop. Backstabber voice. I don't want to listen to your ideas. Fuck up. Last one. Quitter voice. I don't want to quit. Stop talking to me. Shut the fuck up. But that's just a 27-second. That means that is the 4 traits of low self-esteem. Delusional voice for delusions, half-assing voice for being lazy. So the more lazy a student is, right, the more they're losing because they can't focus. And the more they can't focus, the more they don't get testosterone, and the more they get cortisol. And when that happens, right, they cannot hear their own mistakes because of delusions. It's almost like a virtual reality or augmented reality Meta Quest 3 headset. It rewrites what they see and what they hear. So they become like zombies. And also added more audios, right, to deal with the 5 mindsets. Low coachability voice. I want to be coachable and improve my life. Shut the fuck up. Okay. Low adaptability voice. I want to be adaptable. So these are the 5 mindsets we talked about in the last challenge. That's very important to have good mindsets. Teachable and changeable. So if they're not changeable, they're useless without working memory. So these guys become like zombies. As fast as possible with its speed of implementation. So fuck up. Skillless voice. I want to level up my skills and habit. Do you see that? Teachability, changeability, skill, believability, and also like manifestation, thoughts and feelings. I'll play faster. Not just tactics. So stop. Low self-belief voice. I want to believe in myself. I can do it. So shut the fuck up. Bad manifestation voice. Stop controlling my thoughts and feelings. Tracking negativity to my life. Shut the fuck up. Mindset voice. I want to open my mind. Stop closing my mind. So this is for grit, right? Does that make sense? So I covered every single mindset. So if you're procrastinating and you turn these into audios, you listen to it, you will not procrastinate. because these voices in your head, the low self-esteem voices, they happen, especially Indian students. I asked them how to list down all the stuff on WhatsApp, the negative voices. Every single like 20 seconds, they have a new negative voice. And it's almost like their parents are talking to them, criticizing them. But that is just the traits. It's almost like a demon that is talking through them. And all these are like a gang of bullies. These are all different bullies. Does that make sense? But these days, when they're such zombies, they can play all these audios and they'll still crash out because they can't hear their own mistakes in their audio. They start talking super fast like this, and they cannot hear that they're talking super fast. I don't know what my mistake is, John. I'm just ruling the letters when they're ruling the syllables. So the second thing we've done for these unteachable cases in 2025, especially since last month to this month, is that I try to tell them, I ask them a question, what is your cousin's name? So a student might say, oh, my cousin is called Roger. Okay. So imagine this audio homework is not you. This is Roger. Okay. They're like, okay, Roger. They play the audio and they're like, oh, this really fucking sucks. I couldn't hear it before. And I was like, yeah, because you heard it as you, right? The Asian guy. If it's Roger, then the demonic traits or those things that are in your head, the hard case chatter of the low self esteem, because that's not you and that is Roger, then why would they try to make you delusional? Then you can hear it, then you can change it. But that's the thing, the training has changed a lot, where memory is very important, and also to use their cousin as the, like, what's your cousin's name? That's him instead. What happens if it's a video? They have to practice a video and it sucks. They're delusional. They see the video, these Asian guys. They cannot see the mistakes. But then I say, that's not you. That's Roger. It's like, that's Roger. It looks like me. I say, no, Roger looks like you, but that's not Rogers. He's just using an Instagram or those Chinese those sort of face filters that looks like your face. I was like, oh, okay. Whatever he's doing it wrong. He's like, okay, I get it. That's Roger. Look at him. It looks like you, but that's not you. And then they're like, oh, I can see all the mistakes. I'm not moving my face at all. What happened? I was like, I told you, your face wasn't moving because that's Roger. And then, but that was really them. That's how delusional these unteachable cases are. And you can repeat it 100 times. But now, these days, because they're recording a video and I'm pinning it, they're actually telling themselves by their own name, this is your mistake. It's kind of like the movie Total Recall with Arnold Schwarzenegger. I'm not you. Like, you're not you. You are me, right? It's like, no shit, right? They see himself in the video and he has no memory. And then it starts giving instructions what to do. That's how they're able to do it. But if they listen to it once, they don't change. And before the Asians come back, I'm going to test this. They have to listen to it 40 times in a row to burn it into their zombie memory. So the whole training is all about having a working memory, not being a zombie, but being more human. Does that make sense? Don't worry, I'll play testimonials eventually. They have no working memory, so they forget everything I teach them. They'll stick to their Asian wash fashion. They always go back to their black ninja sort of fashion. They don't wear like the whitewash fashion. Everything is black. And it looks stupid. It's like Asians are insufferable, bad hairstyles, and no matter how much they approach, they won't get laid because of xenophobia, the fear and dislike of other people's culture. And it's funny because I'm surprised they did not get beat up during COVID. But a lot of Asians did because of xenophobia. They blame them for the Wuhan flu. So now that they say it's a lab leak, then the Asians were off the hook. But these students, right, that I don't want, these bad Asian students, they're stuck in their own ways, unwilling to change and wasting everyone's time. So if you see yourself, right, the way I'm explaining it, and you have this description, you have all these problems, and your whole life has been a loser like that, and you're only good at one thing because of Asperger's syndrome, this system is not for you. I don't want you to join it. But if you're willing to let go of these toxic traits and adapt, right, there might be still some hope for you. So that's Asians, right? Let's play some Asian lay testimonials, okay? So I'll play one of them. This Asian guy who was a hard case but became a normal case. Every single time he tries to do it his way with his delusions, following a white dating coach. And then afterwards, when he don't follow the white dating coach, then he gets laid. Isn't that weird? When he does it my way, then it's automatically in one approach, 1 to 6. So it doesn't take much. You just have to adapt, and that's what you do. I should organize the testimonials a lot better so I can use them, and play them here. But I have one of them over here. It's really hard to hear. Let me know. Okay, so you guys let me know if you can hear or not. Okay. Can you guys actually hear it, or does it muffled or something? Because it's really annoying the way. Because I try and change his voice to hide it. If it muffles, then that's not good. Let me see on the thing over here. Okay. I want to see that. I'll go back a little bit and see if that muffled or not. Right here. When you don't follow the white dating, and play them here. But I have one of them over here. It's muffling. It's cutting out. But that's okay. It's unfortunate it has to cut out, right? Because that would have been a great testimonial. Because he has 15 lays, 5 models, 5 white girls, 2 actresses, and marry one of them. But it doesn't mean that's the only testimonial, right? There's plenty of other ones we can adapt. We can totally adapt. So let me pick one of them over here. The same year, the brain can do 3 steps. To wait all their. Okay, here's a testimonial of one of the zombies. Okay, he was a former ABC student. He took their boot camp, but he got laid here, and he followed the instructions of Elite 30 at this time. But this has been unreleased. I think I released this one, but I have not released the second one. Let's just begin with this. If you take a few minutes, it's well worth. I'll play it faster. To have their voice out there. They have requested I do that. All right, enjoy the videos. Okay, I'm not sure if this one worked or not. I gotta double check it, okay? Just quickly. If this, because whenever I change their voice, right, it does not pick it up on the audio. Okay? And go back a little bit and hear if it went or not. Go back and hear right here. Oh, it's cutting out. It's so unfair. It's cutting out. So we'll just have to pick another testimonial, okay? So why don't we pick some of the engineers then, the Chinese guys? It's not a problem. We can always adapt. There's enough late testimonials. So here's one guy who's an engineer, Vietnamese before. He took the boot camp and he got 2 white girls.
Result all the dating life I wanted. I was trying out all the different systems.
I'll go faster.
System is OSD, simple pickup, and those system doesn't work for Asian men. Although I'm a tall 5'11" Asian man, I'm still not getting the result I want. I've done direct game, indirect game, and pretty much everything out there for about 5 years or so, and I got no result whatsoever until I discovered John. Now I have bought his products. I have recently completed one of his bootcamp. It was definitely a kick in the gear for me to really accelerate my learning curve in game, and I was able to really to see what his bootcamp looked like. I was able to get some result during bootcamp and prior to bootcamp. I got 2 lays in 4 pools. One of the pool is doing a blackjack table at Vegas. She was sitting down, and I just sit next to her and get to know her. I was able to connect with her and make her trust me and like me. And then I suggest we head to my place, and she agreed. Although I did not get that lay, I was able to pool successfully by myself, and it gave me the confidence to do the next lay. The next lay is we approach her on the street in the Vegas strips. We was able to make connection with her in town and connect with her, and she knows that we are fun and attractive guys. So she decided to come with us to our hotel, and then we take turn and have fun with her. She was an 8 out of 10. During boot camp, I got a pool with a Mexican girl. She was a virgin, and I couldn't close the deal with her. I didn't know how to deal with escalation in the bedroom. However, now I know since John taught me some techniques to deal with it.
I'll turn off the fan so you can hear it.
I'm 6'1" white girl, but I messed up. I could not get into the room with her. After that, at the airport going there, I saw this white girl, and I approached her when she was in line. She was my first approach, and we both got delayed, so we stayed at the same hotel, and I was able to build trust with her, and we had to get a drink together. So I suggest we watch a movie at her room. She agreed, And then we both watched the TV, and then I escalated. And I was able to get some F close with her. That was my first white girl that I pulled by myself. Now I feel I have confidence, the skills I needed to really excel at my game. I fully believe in John. And if you listen to that,
Yeah, so he's Vietnamese, right? But afterwards, his lays and stuff, he went back home. He became so narcissistic because he was able to get laid in one approach when he got back at home. I couldn't really get through to him. All his emotions like shut down. That's what happens to these people when they're narcissists. There are lots of narcissists here. So here's an Asian guy that got like 20 plus lays in Vancouver. So let's hear his testimonial.
before John, we just wanted to steal testimony just by saying thank you to you, John. I've got in the last few short months. Not a lot of viewers out there watching this video. A little bit about myself. I'm an average looking Asian girl with an average weight from Vancouver. I got started gaming in the summer by following John's system. Now, I'm not a natural at gaming, not great. I wouldn't say I'm good at it. Got the summer result though. I got to 6 lays in the summer and 3 more extras. When I want to say extras, I mean kisses, dates, holding hands, walking around. Down to the testimony again. So I'm a very skeptical guy. I'm an Asian guy. I did Stanley course, so I'm very careful about what courses I purchased. But I'm actually very glad I got John's course because it got me a result for me at the end of the day. As the course got results, it was worth it. John was also a great teacher. I got enough coaching sessions with him, and this was supposed to be an hour long, but goes over and beyond to an hour and a half, and just challenges you with nuggets, golden nuggets of information. He goes into social calibration, he goes into how to dress, how to do your hair, and a lot of stuff. I know I'm just wearing my morning t-shirt and I haven't done my hair, but he goes into that very well, and it actually really helps in gearing. And many other students who learned from other coaches came up to me and asked me, how have I been doing this? And when I told them I just started in the summer, they were amazed. They were asking, how do you make such improvements? And honestly, the only thing I can say is I worked hard at it and I follow a system that works, the John system. Those are the only 2 factors. Other than this here, so the testimony, yeah, if you're serious with gaming, if you're serious with being more confident with women, the question of dating life, whatever terms that is for you, I wholeheartedly recommend John's system. If you try hard at it, it will give you results, just like how it did to me. Again, this is the end of this video. Thank you again, John.
This guy has pretty good tonality. I like it. It goes up and down, unlike other monotone Asians. So let's see here. Here's another guy who there's a Chinese guy from Vancouver again. So I'm not sure why many Vancouver's, but right here. Former Gen Lifestyle student, got no results from him. He goes over here, he gets like a fitness model, white girl. Yeah, don't mind the Mao music, right? That's pretty funny to me. So
Then found the dating coach in my area, a big Asian guy, and
Gen Lifestyle.
because I was curious, I wanted to see what's going on. He was really focusing on night game. Day game, I didn't really learn too much about it. So as a result, my day game sucks. Couldn't really talk to girls or keep an last conversation for a minute. And I discovered John's system about 3 months ago. I saw a video about how John took a girl on the street.
Okay, hopefully it doesn't cut out the audio, right? I'm gonna pause it every few seconds.
I was thinking, this guy's pretty good. And I want to learn from this guy. So some of his program. This program covers basically everything that you can.
Yeah, I have to pause it every few seconds before they'll start to say copyright, whatever.
So about day games with no social life, step by step. Very easy to implement and learn. And I started implementing the skill in pickups. So
I'll go for it a little bit. He got laid with a fitness model.
she's about 5'11", and she's white. So I came to her and I was doing a cardio machine next to her, and I used John's system to approach her. Then we did up very well.
Normally, don't like shit where you eat because these days, right? Women have like they always post themselves on TikTok. Look at this creep approaching them in the gym.
And I managed to escalate her in the gym, of course not physically, verbally and emotionally. Then we exchanged number. Then I asked her out through the phone. There's some obstacles during the press game, and thanks John, system that helped me a lot to break those obstacles.
So she started flaking on him, right? And then I taught him what to do to get her back out.
And I could ask her out last week. Then during the day, we caught up on playful kiss in the street. But I guess it wasn't the right timing.
Yeah, his tonality is not bad either. You can see why they get a white girl because they have a whitewashed tonality. It's not just about being monotoned.
Not to be honest, day, which is 2 days ago. This time, I used the same technique, but I escalated her very quickly after the date. Then I decided to pull her in a public restaurant. So we did it.
Yeah, so you got laid in a public bathroom. It's not something I recommend because you can get a lot of trouble, especially here in Vancouver. But here's a Taiwanese student, right? This guy also has a very good tonality. So he closed a Middle Eastern chick. So I would play more. Some of their voices are censored. It doesn't show up too well over here. Don't worry, we'll get to other ethnicities soon, okay? We just want to get through this very quickly.
To share my experience after going through the Elite 30, pulling instant dates and even same day lays has been a lot easier. About 2 weeks in, I had a same day lay. We went on an instant date. We went shopping together. We basically spent the entire day together. And then she invited me over to her house, and we were giving each other massages, and then, kind of just went where it went. It'll just make conversations flow, and getting those same day lays will start coming. And hopefully even more friends with benefits in the future. At least that's what I'm going for. Addressing the blind spot in Asian masculinity movement here. My Taiwanese student got laid again.
So basically, there's a second video testimonial, right? I just didn't post it, but this one is one of those unreleased ones. Okay. I have other Asian ones here, but we'll just play some of them quickly. There's many of them, but here's another student that was in the United States. He's a Chinese guy. He's a father, but he has a good working memory, just like the London student who got laid. So
This is 2023. The store was my first approach.
still during inflation.
After becoming John's student, and she's a white girl. I'm Chinese, 5'8". I live in the U.S. I signed up for John's class about 2 weeks ago, and then yesterday I got my first lay. It was at the park. I met this girl. I used an direct opener, and when I started talking, I noticed that she was very friendly and open. I used a statement, just making a comment about some decoration in her hair, and she was interested in talking. So I just used the active listening skill. I didn't interrupt her. I didn't talk much. I just said, okay. I locked my eye contact. And so this whole time we were talking, and I remembered I used body language to keep my chest up this whole time. And so we talked for about like 15 minutes. And I was lucky. She was very talkative. And I think.
See, you see the Asians that have more of a variation in their tonality. They're more likely to get laid with a white girl, it seems. That's why elite tonality mastery is very important. So
was because my body language was right and my eye contact was really focused.
we'll go for the next one. We'll just quickly, at least we can represent the Asians a little bit, at least to some degree. Here's a monotone Asian guy. He's got 6 lays, all in 1 to 6 approaches.
So I just starting another way with Tina.
So he went to Mexico afterwards, but first he got his first lay in Toronto, okay, with a white girl. Then he got a bunch of Latinas afterwards, all in 1 to 6 approaches.
So it's been 4 approaches. So it's both 1 to 6 approaches. Generally, as mentioned,
yeah.
Program. So with this Latina, started walking on the streets, and I just approached her and been snoozing things that girl taught me on this. And so we talked a bit, and then we started walking together. And I'm actually stuck hands on. And I kept talking, and I got her to open up and say John's dates and set up a date for the next day. And following that, we met at a cafe. Well, we talked some more, but eventually we left the cafe, and I walked her towards my home, where we had sex again. And so I'll reiterate that no purchase, no alcohol.
We'll skip to the next one, okay? So that's one of them. Here's the next one.
And since my last update or testimonial, I was able to pull a white girl and get a lay with her. And eventually she came back. But afterwards, I also approached another chick at the supermarket, and I was able to pull her back home, and I started fingering her, but I could not get the lay. So it still counts as a pull, and we set up plans for the future. I just recently got another lay with a Latina. So what I have to say about John's program is that the 3MP bundle, it really works, and it comes up with solutions.
Okay, so that's another one. As soon as they say that got a lay, I'm just going to go to the next one, okay? So
other transferable. Not a numbers game. You know what he says? Other than John's 3. I'm Asian. I'm not Chinese.
Okay, this is the Toronto one that he got laid with a white girl.
I'm Chinese. And being born and raised in Canada, Toronto, and just North America in general, it's very hard to get results in terms of peeing.
Do you hear how monotone he is?
I'm Asian, if you have my friend or my social circle.
Yeah, these are the half Vietnamese, half Asians. They did okay before, but now with the inflation and also the tariff, they're bench-holding.
Results dating through whether it's like online or it's like nighttime or daytime. So that's why I felt out for John weeks to get coaching. And after we have students. So what happened was after 2 weeks into his Kaizen training, I was able to get laid with a white girl. And on the day that I did the approaches.
Okay, so you got that one, right? The information. So it's almost like all of them that when they sound more like whitewashed, they'll get laid faster. So another one. I'll just go quicker, like later on.
This is precious.
There's a lot of stuff, but anyways.
Circle shop, right? I think it's just now. That's manager. So, impressive. I expect them. Bring up any sexual animal. Which I just be hungry, right? And make sushi.
Yeah, just it body language, social calibrations back then.
School, she's ours, and with marking critique, right? It's like you need to get inside the box. Like, the girl will think you're creepy, and it's a lot easier that way. They don't know what the fuck they're talking about. They don't know. Like,
Okay, here's a 5'5" Vietnamese guy. He got like 3 fuck buddies. 2 of them were models, and he only kept 2 of them for a whole year. And then eventually he didn't want to get new training, but here's another.
the hairstyle.
Yeah, so that's what he kind of looks like over here. He has blonde hair just like me, but very skinny.
I tried studying university in Philippines, and I decided to buy the program because before I learned how to time, it really makes comparison. Oh, now it was for what's that wrong program? I was able to open translation and like show myself, express myself, like, so to get the lecture from me, and it took me to what to do with the number, what to do with weights, and then how to put it over to my weights, and explain from there. Um, as an Asian guy living in Europe, actually, the first language of everyone is English. So I find it really difficult to get attracted from women with taking this program. I feel like anything's possible, and it's philosophical at home. I'm waiting to model for an Asian model. It's any races I want without any barriers. I'm just really happy. On top of that, I want to clarify that by following John's teaching, in the span of 1 week, I've been able to pull 2 girls on and select with it. One is an Asian model, and the other one's a really hot white girl.
Yeah. So there's pictures and everything, right? If you want to see it, but there's the Asian model. Here's the white girl in his bedroom. It's black and white picture, but you get the point. So if a small little Vietnamese guy like him can get this kind of results, right? I mean, why can't you with my coaching? Here's a Vietnamese guy, completely ungrateful, because Filipino. Filipinos are like the Mexicans, or you know, or the Spanish of Asians. That's what they're like. He got laid. He got many white girls and then Latinas before he was a creep. And then he got all his results. And he just doesn't want to continue training. I'm just showing the lay pics.
So that's all I can say. It's real great. Reasons we fashion in all that I had. This program being 30 and interesting also talking about that and as being first why did I have a record in well I can say I'm very happy for that in terms of
It's very hard to hear what he's saying. He doesn't have a good tonality. He could definitely use a boost in tonality, but he has several fuck buddies and stuff like.
like style.
You can kind of see him, right? Like that's him. A lack of emotional intelligence, but
Especially for us. So I, you know, this is relatively not that tall. I can't like I said it. They will apologize. Just get maximize the game. So, for like I say, in my plate right now, she's she's like a mix of which she is over here and last week nice here before all you guys and maybe 3 books won't see me. I'll take the shirt like And I recommend John Leeds program. So, I mean, like,
It's really hard to hear what he's saying, but I think you're starting to get a pattern. Let me just see one more student, and then we'll move on to the next one. We'll talk about the next ethnicity, okay? There's too many Asians in here, so there's one guy over here that I want. This guy, okay?
So I'm making this video to talk about John and my experience with his coaching. So a bit about myself. I'm a 5'7" Chinese student from Southeast Asia that immigrated from there to the US. So currently I'm working in the US as a software engineer. You know, typical engineers. I was a very unsociable person, very logical, couldn't do small talk at all, very boring, very monotonous person. So didn't know how to talk to yourself. But after going through John's program, just 2 weeks of it, not even the full day yet, I was able to get laid with a white girl just yesterday. And so I met her at the mall, and I followed all of John's instructions on how to approach a girl, how to open her, how to talk to her and keep a conversation going for like 5 to 6 minutes. And finally, I never close her. And a week later, I invited her on a date, which she said yes to. And John gave me even more instructions on what to do on the date and how to end the date and pull her to my place. So I just followed it, managed to get her to my place, dealt with her objections like the way John teaches it, and managed to get a blowjob from her. Because she was resisting a bit. She was saying like, "Oh, I'm on a pill. I'm not supposed to be in a guy's house tonight. My mom doesn't know about it." There were a lot of she had a lot of objections basically while being there. But following John's teachings, I was able to deal with them and got her in a room. So we ended that day with a blowjob because her mom called and she needed to go back early. But for that, I mean, John told me to text her and plan an to hang out, so I did that. And next week, I was able to get her out again, and this time I got late for her. So this girl was like a brunette, born and raised in the U.S., so pure white girl. So I mean, if I can do it with John's system, I think everyone can. Because the course I took from John was Kaizen. That's the first course.
So yeah, this is what he looks like, 5'7". Don't worry, all the pictures are censored. Should be fine. But yeah, it's like maybe we'll just play one more, right? Just before we move on. There was a guy who got married recently, so that's good. I'll just play his testimonial and then we'll just move on from there. Okay. If I can find it, that's the thing. Okay, I'm just looking through all the students' lay pics. If I cannot find it, I'll move on. But if I can, that'll be great. How many? My whole Google Drive is just full of lay pics of the students that I haven't even posted. Fuck. All right, we're just gonna move on. I cannot find it. I already played it in the other video, the last one. So let's talk about the next ethnicity, okay? If I'm still scrolling. I'm just type married or in. I'll type his name. Try this guy. Okay.
The thing is one of those things you just have to get solved, especially
I'll play it faster.
not like a high school and stuff. Or even if there was, it's not something that just falls into your lap. You have to take active measures to get your problems fixed. And you know what it is with Asian guys most of the time? It's not even like lack of confidence. It's not even like lack of effort, because God knows we know how to put effort into things. And we don't mind doing random things like cold approach that take a lot of confidence to do. It's a lack of skill. Dating, it's all about tonalities and the vibe that you can portray to the girl. But John helped me realize this is so important. It's not about whether you feel confident. It's not about what you think is good. What you think is good means absolutely nothing in regards to your success or failure dating. It's all about how you come across to the girl. It's as if like they have a camera, you're performing in front of a camera. It's all about like how your actions come across to the other person.
Yeah, it's like masking it, right? But you have to develop the skills. It's not like you're calibrating in front of her. It's the more like you practice to be the 2.0 version of yourself. And that's why Asians are lacking because they don't have facial expressions.
So what I'm saying is this: you don't know what you've done, and you don't want to struggle for years and years. And you know, I mean, it's good for your spirits, good for your aura to like bang your head against the wall and not give up. But if you want results quickly, you gotta just learn from John, because nobody else even is touching on these topics. There's no other dating coach even touching on this stuff. Like, come on. There's guys like Todd Valentine, Honesty. We're a dime a dozen. They all say the same stuff that doesn't work if you actually do cold approach. If you actually like are out there hustling in the zone. You know it doesn't work. You know it doesn't work. You need to get faded hair. You need to dress well. You need to have tonality. Everything he says is correct. You literally just need to follow his advice. And I promise you, you're gonna get results. Happily married. Now I'm on the grind to get money. So that's why I don't really give a shit about all this stuff. Happily married. Now I'm on the grind to get. I promise you, you're gonna get results. Happily married. Now I'm on the grind to get money. So that's why.
So he got married with a coaching program. And I was gonna play the guy with 15 lace, 5 models, 5 white girls, 2 actresses, but somehow it's cutting out with the microphone in this one. So, all right, let's talk about next ethnicity. Okay. So let's talk about Indians. Okay. The ideal Indian students. Okay. Grit, resilience, and results. When I was thinking about my best Indian student, right? None of them were perfect. They're very flawed people. So the ones who usually do very well are the ones who are engineers, but they're not like shitty engineers. You know what I'm talking about? Like the bench-hold Indians who make less money. They're more like the top engineer types. They're not too worried about losing their job. They'll make enough money. So, okay. Now, now I'm covering Indians. This will be good. All right. So the type, right? They'll succeed is if they have a lot of grit, they're willing to do the work, and if they have a good memory, because a lot of Indians these days, they're always running away. In 2025, I just kicked out an Indian student. He's expelled out of elite access. And for him, he's just so depressed and doing next to nothing that he just keeps giving that stupid, impossible case look, Botox face, and his face does not move. And he has low SMV. He's like full of cortisol, double chinned. While another Indian student invested in himself from London and he got laid, just like in April 29th. So you have to push through the challenges and adapt and stay consistent. While most Indians struggle with tenacity, that means finishing the fight, and procrastination, the best Indian students, they never procrastinate. They attack the problem head on, even if they have a lot of mental illnesses, but they do it over and over until it's solved. Most of my Indian students are mental cases. All Indians are mental cases, really. One of my top Indian students was making $500,000 a year now, and he still found time to train with me. He didn't make excuses. He didn't let his busy schedule stop him. He worked like he got something called Elite 60A, right? High income skills. Elite 60B is the one that you know, the emotional intelligence course. But people didn't even know what emotions were. I just realized that. They only understand tonality. But that's like was part of the old 3MP program. It was not called 3MP bundle, 3 months of proficiency. It's not 3 months, but now it's called 3 months of marriage program, but or 3 years to marriage, but something like that. I don't know, but 3MP. He was an engineer, of course, logical, disciplined, and focused. Of course, the guy who recently got laid is also an engineer who also has a lot of focus. He can watch this entire video easily. I tell him to watch it, he's going to watch the entire thing. That's why he got laid, because he has a photographic memory. The Indians that have a photographic memory are going to do the best. So, why is there so few people here today? What the fuck? Today's Sunday. What's the difference between today and last time? All right, I'll try to go faster. Thank you for being here, whoever you are so far. Every bit helps. But another great Indian student, he trained with me in Australia. He did everything I told him to do, from changing his fashion to getting his right hairstyle. He didn't resist the process. He embraced it. He became whitewashed and he got laid repeatedly before he crashed out mentally. And he was one of my more successful students. But that bench holding idiot start giving the testimonial even to another coach, even though he has nothing to do with the other coach's stuff because it doesn't work. Whoever was around him and he thought he was using their stuff, and then he would just give him credit, but me that was training him. Stupid fucking bench holding idiot. So, number one, they'll have grit, a growth mindset. They're willing to learn and adapt, even when it's uncomfortable. Number two, they'll have resilience. Even when they're afraid, they'll go out and do the work. Then they'll face rejections without beating themselves up. Number three is instincts. They'll trust my instructions and they don't question the system. Number four is tenacity. They'll quit. They don't quit. They'll show up. They'll do the drills and complete every homework assignment. I cannot technically see who was on the stream, right? I can only see like how many people is on the stream, not exactly who's on there unless they type. So I'm glad that he was on the stream all this time. It was very helpful. So yep. All right. As I'm saying, they don't procrastinate. These guys, they don't let ADHD or distractions get in the way. They focus on the task at hand. They get it done. They invest in themselves. They're not afraid to spend money on training because they know it's a strategic investment. I'm not talking about guys from India. They're all banned. They bench it. They don't half-ass it. They fully commit to the process. Number four, they embrace whitewashing. They understand that staying Indian wash, low status fashion, unappealing hairstyles, it keeps them stuck at a 2 out of 10 perceived natural status in the hierarchy. By simulating and becoming whitewashed, they elevate themselves to a 4 out of 10, which allows them to operate effectively in Daygame. They won't work they work within their limitations, even though most Indians have challenges like sociopathy, narcissism, ADHD, and skinny fat physique, just like they're crashing out because of the 2025 tariffs. The good ones don't let these traits hold them back, but the ones who have big, fat, double chin, right? More chins than a Chinese phone book, they acknowledge their weakness and work around them. Unless they don't, and they get kicked out. These students are relentless. They take punches, right? These guys, because they're good job. They can because they have a good job, they have some survival value. They can take a punch. That's what makes them so great. But the ones who don't have a good job, the benchod Indians, the bad Indians, or their job is like not paying as much, they're always going to be stressed out. So they can't take the punches. And the good ones, they don't let the fear stop them. They're gonna do it anyways if they want to, even if they're totally ADHD and sociopathic and delusional and very narcissistic with super laziness. Some Indians, they'll disappear for like 3 days, then they'll come back, but now it's more like 3 weeks at a time. Then they'll say, "Hey, what am I supposed to do next on Elite Access?" Or did most of them disappear in 3 months, the ones who get kicked out? They always disappear for the Indians. They'll just rack up multiple lays, achieving results, the good ones. So the wrong type of Indians are the procrastinators, the backstabbers, and the zombies. This is why I don't train people from India. When it comes to the wrong type of Indian students, there's no shortage of examples. These guys, they'll crash out, right? Just like most of the zombies in 2025. But they done it in like around 2022. As soon as the inflation hit, they'll start backstabbing you and waste everyone's time. They are the complete opposite of the ideal Indian student, and their traits make them insufferable, unteachable, and ultimately doomed to fail. Let's break it down further and expand on what makes these students so problematic. Number one, they're procrastinators with no tenacity. They're the worst Indian students. And they're chronic procrastinators. They'll say, "I'll do it tomorrow," but then they'll disappear. They're very slippery, right? You try to grab them, make them do their homework assignments, they'll slip through your fingers and they'll run away. These guys disappear for weeks at a time and even months now, especially 2025. They'll vanish without a word and they'll reappear and they'll act like nothing happened. Even though you explain their mistakes to them, they'll repeat the same behavior because there's no working memory and they'll disappear again. This like a magic act, right? There's like a vanishing act for the benchod Indians. They always disappear, right? All the time. And that's what the magic trick is, how to disappear from John's coaching and pretend that you're not a bad student. So they do act kind of like that is really annoying. And it's a symptom of their excessive ADHD. Indians have one of the highest rates of ADHD in the world. And the bad ones, they let it control them completely. They can't focus and they can't finish a 21-day challenge, never mind a 30-day challenge. But luckily, because of the guy from London in the end of April, he was able to get laid because he had a working memory, which compensated for the lack of drills. So rather than the physical memory because of the drills, it was able to do it because of this. So Hope that kind of makes sense. Their lack of tenacity means that they'll quit at the first sign of difficulty, making them completely unfit for training. Number two is the narcissistic personality disorder. They have a triggered behavior. Indians are second only to Asian PUAs when it comes to narcissism. Many of them have narcissistic parents who pressures them to succeed or get married, right? Oh, you're not married, beta, right? When are you going to get married? And oh, when are you going to send money back home? It's like always sending money back home because they're narcissists, just like the Asians. So they'll follow a specific path and it creates a toxic mindset. They always have a plan B. That's why most Indians they give up easily because they can always go for arranged marriage because they always have a backup plan. They never fully commit to plan A, which is training. They're always holding back and never giving 100%. And it shows in their lack of results. These students are also easily triggered. They take everything personally. They overreact to criticism and let their emotions control them. Instead of using rejection as a learning experience, they spiral into self doubt and self pity. Their trigger behavior makes them impossible to coach because they're too busy defending their ego to actually listen and learn. Next one's the Indian wash fashion and delusions in terms of grooming. And they're like, oh, they love the beard because it's masculine. No, that's just reinforcing the negative Indian stereotype, the benchode beard. So, as I'm saying, one of the most frustrating traits is a Indian student who refused to assimilate, especially like those guys in Toronto. And now with Carney, that is prime minister, and like faux prime minister, they're just gonna let more Indians in. They're like, "Oh no, we're gonna let less people in to till they reach a certain percentage. Then we'll let less." No, they say we haven't even reached the percentage yet for all the people that flooded Canada. They'll cling to their Indian wash fashion, their curly hair, their smelly fuck. They smell like a skunk's asshole, unkempt beards, and their pink work shirts, right? With their bench holding behavior, with their turbans and shit, and their white or black stupid sneakers. This style is universally unattractive because it looks like Gen Z. But they think, oh, the bencho beer is masculine and their body odor, right? Which is so fucking bad. Imagine going to like Brampton or something. No offense, like other Indians said the same thing. And I say go to Surrey, right? And go to their gyms. Like just even even other Indian dating coaches have talked about the body odor. So I'm not the only one. So they repel women. These guys don't just alienate white women, they alienate everybody. Just go to like I was watching a video this morning to wake up and I saw it on Facebook, right? It says, "Don't come to India. This place sucks," right? Then he made a sequel to it. And I was like, really? He has a sequel? I watched it. It was 6 months ago. And he went to New Delhi, right? That place. It was just shit and urine everywhere and just like people just constantly trying to scam you for money and try to overcharge you. It was like ridiculous. So, but Toronto, man, Brampton. Now all of Toronto is just filled with Indians, not just Brampton. Before it was just Brampton. It was like Surrey. Now it's just they're colonizing, right? Indians love to colonize and without assimilating, pissing everyone off, playing super loud music like Latinos because they don't feel guilt. That's why they don't wash their hands. If they don't feel guilt, they don't wash their hands. Sociopaths don't wash their hands. No amount of training can fix that because they don't feel the guilt. There's no point in their brain where they feel guilty by not washing their hands. And they're backstabbers and manipulators. Indians are well known for backstabbing. It's almost like the way of saying hello. It's unfortunate because that's not just a stereotype, it's a reality. These students will smile to your face and they'll stab you in the fucking back. And even if the students are nice right now, right? To me, when they don't have a higher self gear, like a altruistic gear where they do good things for the sake of humanity. It's always selfishness. So the first gear for them, right, is not higher self. They start with the second gear, which is the gear of the depressed snowflake cunt gear. When they get depressed, they need my help. And then when they get laid, they become the lower self gear. They become sneaky. They'll they're not backstabbing yet. And then they'll go to the lowest gear, the backstabbing Indian gear. Their eyes will turn red. They'll turn into a faux zombie. And they'll stab you in front of your face. They'll stab you on your back. They almost love backstabbing. It's like for them is the vice of Indians. That's their vice. They love backstabbing. That's their hobby. They cannot wait to backstab more people. The more people they can backstab, the more happy they are. That's how Indians operate. And it might sound like wrong or something, but I'm telling you, so many Indians backstab. They're just so sociopathic and narcissistic and manipulative. At least they're not killing each other like Latinos. But I had an Indian student from Australia, many lays, and he sent another dating coach, right? Like testimonials too, like, or at least they screenshot it and they took credit for it for my work. This kind of betrayal is common among bad Indian students. They act sneaky and manipulative, and as soon as they get some results, they show their true colors. And that's why there's stage zero, right? Altruistic higher self, depressed snowflake cunt gear, sneaky lower self gear, and then backstabbing gear. All Indians have that. And they're like all fucking skinny fat. If they look like they're skinny, they lift up their shirt, they have a pot belly. They have skinny fat. They're not like muscular unless they take steroids. They're obese or they're just full of Cushing syndrome. Physically, they're always losing their fucking hair. Bad Indian students are always skinny fat. And there's just so much cortisol, especially 2025. They just look so gross. You can just grab their double chin, right? And it just pisses them off. They have poor diets because they're vegetarians, right? I don't know why they're vegetarians, but the more vegetarian they are, they don't get enough protein. And they have like loose skin. They're skinny fat. It's gross. They look disgusting. They have no muscle tone. They have big fat neck and like Cushing syndrome and fat around their midsection. And these students, they tend to have Asperger traits, which makes them socially awkward and emotionally bench holding. They emotionally detached. They're triggered. They can't hear their own mistakes. They lack self awareness and they struggle to connect with others. Their cortisol levels make them talk fast. They overthink, they panic, they get triggered, and they run away from homework assignments. So it makes their problems worse. And they're brainwashed by other coaches. Bad Indian students are a bunch of sheeps. Bah, you never see more sheeps than Indians. They always got to worship white like UMP. Then they worship their own ethnicity. They're always stuck in the boot camp when they do that. And then they only come here when they're the value village Indians who cannot afford that. They'll come over here instead. And then because they're brainwashed by these other Indians or they're brainwashed by other white dating coaches, they have no chance. And then they'll bench hold like crazy and disappear for 3 months at a time or 3 weeks. And when they come back to me, their brains are just filled with bad neural pathways and propaganda from bench hold camps. They're stuck in a cycle of dread and dependency. They're convinced that boot camps are the only solution because they're ADHD and they can afford it because they're engineers. So they're brainwashed that they can't take a single step forward. And it's almost like they're stuck. They're almost so stuck like a zombie. They can barely put one foot in front of the other without their tongue sticking out or their big double chin sticking out. And they're reverting back to their old habits. And they're cheap and they're financially irresponsible. But the other guy from London, he invested in my coaching. He also got mental trauma cure because he had a lot of trauma. He invested in himself, unlike other Indians. Another guy kicked out who got laid last year and the year before that, he got kicked out because he did next to nothing. He barely did his homework assignment. He just got depressed. They don't think with their higher self. Bad Indian students, they're cheap and they're interested in training. And Indians will come up to you, right? And they'll pretend to buy something from India. That's why they're all kicked out. They'll pretend that they want to buy something. They'll just waste your time. They can waste a week of your time just talking back and forth. They don't buy shit. Unless they have the money in your bank account, they don't buy shit. Fuck them. That's why I banned all Indians from India. They're just scumbags. They're just evil people. That's why they never could leave India because of ADHD. They're financially irresponsible. Often, a lot of times these Indians, they make 5 figures or 6 figures or even 7 figures debt, right? So the reason why they have 7 figure debt is they cannot stop buying a whole house. Indians got to buy a house, right? No matter what. They cannot afford a house, but they got to buy a house. So they put themselves in debt. Unlike good Indian students who invest in themselves, they commit to the process like the London guy. And they're not looking for shortcuts or freebies or they're cheap, right? That's why they don't value the training if they're cheap. And if they lack the financial discipline, it reflects in their overall commitment. So the lack of tenacity, right? They don't finish shit. They're like zombie steps. We talk about zombie steps among the Asians, the half Vietnamese, half Chinese, right? But the bad Indian students, they'll complete a few drills, right? And maybe make a few approaches. But as soon as they put pressure, right? They have pressure on them, they'll crash out. They'll bench hold, they'll start crying, they'll lack the tenacity, and they'll quit, right? These students also create zombie steps, random ineffective steps that I never taught them. It's like they're sabotaging the system on purpose, adding unnecessary steps because they're so ADHD and they're just bench holding and they keep inventing new zombie steps. The bottom line is that the wrong type of Indian students are procrastinator types, right? How badly are you busted up? Are you saying that you got broken bones? Did you fall down the stairs or something? What can you do? Are you in the hospital? My Latino student fell down or something, and he got like a big scratch across his face. You're not really responding, so I can't really get any answers from you. Are you in the hospital right now? But yeah, one of them crashed out, but physically crashed out because he was drunk, right? So fuck night game. The wrong type of Indian student, right? They're procrastinators, backstabbers, and zombies, right? Full of cortisol. They're plagued by ADHD, narcissism, and delusions, and they refuse to adapt or take responsibility. They sabotage themselves at every single term. They waste everyone's time. They fail because they lack the grit, focus, and discipline. They're cheap. But if you're an Indian student and you're wondering if this system is for you, ask yourself, are you willing to let go of these toxic traits? If you're not going to stop bench holding because, Donald Trump's fucking tariffs and you're losing your mind, then you shouldn't be here. You should just suck off other Indian dating coaches and not get laid, right? And get brainwashed where the crutch is in their boot camps, where they use alcohol and escalate super hard, or use some kind of clout game shit. But you know, that's how Indians are like. They're just crashing out. But it's good that we have this London guy who got laid. So if you're ready to change, this is for you. So that's Indians, but rather than playing all the Indian testimonials, we'll just play two good ones. How's that? We'll just play 2 from now on. I play way too many Asians, we're just boring people to death. So, we'll play we'll play the recent guy testimonial. I'm not sure if you can hear it, okay? Hopefully you can hear it, but he was from London and he got laid. If you cannot hear it, right, and the audio cuts out, then it was playing before, I might have to post this video testimonial. This sucks, I had to censor his voice. It makes it very hard to hear. See if you can hear it.
Guys, I just want to how we change. We can pass it and different programs.
All right, let me just see if this actually works. I'm gonna open up the video and see if or it cuts out. Okay. Hopefully you can hear it. If you cannot hear it, right, and the audio cuts out. Let's hear. This sucks. I had to censor his voice. Okay, you can't really hear it. All right, let me just see if this actually works. I might just have to tell you what was on it, right? This sucks, right? Because all the things that have like I don't know why it's cutting out like that. But here was a student, a London guy. You can see that screenshot, so not bullshit. So this has been unreleased. I might have to release this one next. Okay? But I'll just tell you what it says. So he says, I want to share my experience with John Lee in the program. So he's just saying other dating coaches program doesn't work. They just promise the world. He tried to say the date that he got laid. He never said 2025. It was just stupid. He says he got a first white girlfriend. So that's one of them. He's saying he lives in the UK. He didn't think it was possible. So in the testimonial that gets cut out, he's saying there's a race hierarchy. Okay. I'm just gonna say whatever's in there. So like I said, in the past, I was able to play his testimonial when I was using that streaming service thing that can play at different locations, but this one cannot. He's saying white guys are portrayed more attractive in movies and stuff. He's saying Asians are not represented as being attractive. He's saying Asians are doing better than Indians in terms of like Hollywood and stuff in the portrayal. At least that's what he's saying over here. But you can't hear it because the thing is cut out. See? He's talking about Shang-Chi or whatever movie, but that guy looks like shit. The Samu Lu guy, whatever his name is, he's so ugly. So they're actually yelling at him, like Chinese people saying, "Is this who's representing us? He's so ugly, right?" He's saying that he has Asperger's syndrome in this testimonial. He's saying he's emotional but now he's not stuttering. Before he used to stutter like crazy. He's talking about elite tonality mastery. Well, let's see what he's saying next. I have split tested everything. That's what he said. He's saying he got the elite bundle too. Yeah, that was before, but you can see even though he's always been having mental issues and disappearing for 3 months at a time. So he's talking about it also comes with a playbook, elite playbook. And Snipes. And he says on he can text me on WhatsApp. He's talking about elite access. You can't hear it, but so he's talking about different ethnicities for that been successful with my coaching. So he's listing a bunch of different ones. He's saying he lacked focus and does not have good tonality. He says he had bad Indian accent. He's saying elite tonality mastery improve his tonality. He says he also joined the inner circle and he got more videos. The secret sauce, that's what he said. He says the real proof is in the results. He says he's very happy. Yeah, so basically that's the testimonial, right? But we'll play another one of another Indian person. So, and then we'll move on from there. I don't feel like playing all the other Indian testimonials because It's a lot of backstabbers and a lot of betrayers. It's just their vice. That's how they work. So let me try to find it in the playlist. Oh yeah, another Indian student got married, so maybe we can play his one, right? That's good. So let me just write his name, and hopefully this one's not censored. So yeah, this one, it's not censored. So sorry.
Hey, I'm a former student of John, and I wanted to give uh, this video testimonial. John's been very helpful to me, and I started out in game uh, many years ago, and I went through a bunch of coaches, went through a bunch of boot camps, and nothing really was working for me. However, I discovered John eventually, and I found his advice very practical and very real. He, at least for me, eliminated all the BS advice out in the dating game and he picks specifically like advice that works better for tall, good-looking white guys and not like low SMV guys like myself. I am not white. I'm bald. I stutter, and so John tailored that advice to guys like me. He told me to wear inserts. He advised me on improving my fashion.
Yeah, he's only like 5'4".
Sent him photos of the clothes that I wear. That he would give me feedback. He told me exactly which accessories to get and which like suit coat or up style thing to get, and that was very helpful. I would also his weekly video streams were also very helpful for him. I would sit on quite a lot of those and ask him questions when I felt
I can't really flip it around because I did not censor his face yet, but he's bald. He's like 5'4".
sorry. Jonas also reached out to me just to check up on my progress in game. He does take a very strong interest in all his students, and he wants me to do well. He wants all his students to be very successful, and so I appreciate that aspect about him that he has a personal investment in all his students. I got married a month ago to a wonderful woman. I got
So you got married.
on to a wonderful woman. I got a month ago to a wonderful woman. I got married a month ago to a wonderful woman. I got married a month ago to a wonderful woman. Got married a month ago to a wonderful woman. Got married on November 9th, and I'm happily married. I've been dating my wife for 2 years. Even though I met her online, was I use a lot of the techniques that John has said, like the confidence stuff and how to deal with women, and that was helpful in me continuing to date my wife and get a second and third date and get into a relationship with her and such. If you, I would encourage Indian guys, any non-white ethnicity, to coach with John. I think and the important thing is to do what he says and just trust in the process, and you will get there. And I wish you the best of luck, and thank you, John, for helping me in my life, and I owe part of my success of my wonderful life to you. Thanks. Bye.
Yeah. So was that worth it? He trusted me, right? Of any other coach. He been burned before at boot camps. And he's married. He's like another student's married. We'll just play one more then, okay? Of a student married. So I went to hospital last night. Nothing broken, but a lot of bruises. Can't really function. I just want to spend some. Okay. Remember, if you take too much time off from the coaching, right? You're gonna lose momentum and then you're gonna quit, right? You remember the 5 stages of Latino fuck behavior, right? When you reach the quitting stage, it's gonna take you a long time to resurrect, right? So hopefully he doesn't quit because he got no broken bones. But if he's gonna stop for a while, that's not good. Then we need more students. Let me see if I can show him a screenshot of the Latino fuck behavior. I have it somewhere. Yeah, I have a screenshot with all 5 stages of Latino fuck behavior. These things happen, right? Random things happen all the time. So for these students, let me just show them the screenshot of Latino fuck behavior. In this case, okay, In this case, read number 4 and number 5. If you're at that stage, you might actually quit and disappear again, right? I know that you wanna spend more time with family, you wanna do it less here, but just look at it. What's gonna happen to you? Most Latinos will quit 3 times, and at the 3rd time, they'll quit for good. You already quit in the past, like, the 2nd time. This is the 2nd time. The 1st time was after the Skype. I know it's not gonna make any sense to you right now because you might be delusional or it's not gonna get through, but it means that like a cat that has 9 lives, you only have 1 left, right? Yeah, it's Latino fuck behavior. That's how Latinos operate. So, but yeah, one student, right? He fell down somewhere and because he was drunk for night game. So fuck night game. And let's just play one more testimonial, right? So that way, at least, um, we just go very fast. Just scrolling through all of them because there's quite a bit. All right, this one, double speed.
I have read, so I'm making tutorial for pilot. We have been joining for a very long time. And under his training, I just got married recently. The guy who is better was a high better than me. And I'm not saying anything.
Yeah, he lives in Toronto now, but he's got laid with every ethnicity.
Now, so when I became a standard on his website, but see my so you can check out videos. So, like, and I was enjoying it as a game.
Elite 60A, right? High income skills, but he's making $500,000 now a year. So was it worth it investing in my coaching?
These trainings have changed my life in positive training. I learned a different process and how to be productive, how to express, how to be better. I'm only, I'm only, I was find someone, someone I like and get married. I also find a girl who I like and we got married exactly. So this is for all the Indian students that, for all the Indian students who are suffering in their dating life, John knows the exact algorithm. Like he knows exactly how Indian guys can succeed in dating life. If you're an Indian guy, I'm quite sure you are suffering in your dating life, right? Especially if you're an Indian guy in Western world. So John has a very specific formula for that. And I applied his formula and I got success. And I got a lot of success. I got a lot of race under him. And of course I just got married recently. So for Indian guys, for example, Indian guys have a variable SMB. Like for example, the if you're a white guy, you have 10 out of 10, like based on your race.
Yep.
Right? If you consider your race, like there's something called as race status based on your race. So white guys have 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10 points. They get 10 out of 10 points. But Indian guys, they get only 2 out of 10 points. But Indian guys have variable SMB. John told me that if you're an Indian guy, you are 2 out of 10. But you can reach your SMB by working on your hairstyle and by working on your dressing sense, by dressing properly. Like his blazer, John selected for me. Like you can see the watch, John selected for me. So these things, they reach your value.
That's husband material fashion, right? So that's what he's talking about. Let me just make sure. Also, it's potentially possible that you're going through a meltdown. Look at stage number 3. What you're feeling right now emotionally, right, is almost like a meltdown. So you're gonna quit next, and then you're gonna resurrect, but it's gonna take a really long time. So you might actually hurt yourself in the long run because you're doing so well. Stupid. He fucking fell down. Okay, let's continue.
Seems easy, right? It's for now, things for the guys, if you want to honest about like let's take a look at the different place. Education, like I used to learn. So what we select a specific for me. And if you select this, I start looking like a guy. So my race, so my points based upon my race, they are now 6 out of 10. Right? Like white guy has 10 out of 10. A Middle Eastern guy has 6 out of 10. Indian guy has 2 out of 10. But he selected a list for me in such a way that now it looks like a Middle Eastern guy. So now I get 6 out of 10 points based on my race. So that's a magic. Which only one can do this. So for every Indian guy, right? Every Indian guy, you should raise your status. Because no matter how much you work hard, right? No matter how much books you read, how much courses you join, what to say, what not to say, using big minds, all those things, they're not going to work until and unless you increase your status. So Indian guys, you should come to join. He will increase your status. He will make you look like a different race, and he will increase your points. If you're, even if you don't look like a different race, but if you are very properly whitewashed, if you dress nicely, you can raise your, you will get 4 out of 10 points, or maybe 5 out of 10 points, right? So this is why I highly recommend job. His programs, Elite 60 and Join Elite Access, they have changed my life. They have changed many lives. And before getting married, believe me or not, guys, I got laid with every race. I got laid with a girl belonging to every other race, like a white girl, a Latina girl, Asian girl. I also pulled black girl. Everyone. I got laid with every other race. But since most of the guys they don't want to have a playboy lifestyle, they want to settle down. That's why I took a decision, and under John's training, I found a partner who I can. I found someone, and I got married basically.
All right. Yeah, there's not a lot of views here. That's not good. I'm very disappointed, to be honest. Right. I'm very, very disappointed. Yeah, just people don't seem to care, even though that yesterday they were here. I don't know. Maybe they got discouraged. Too much student results, and I called them out. What was yesterday's topic? 20 out of 35, 5 mindsets and 4 traits of grit. Maybe I pissed off a lot of people. Who knows? But I'm just gonna keep speaking, even if there's not a lot of people here. Most likely, the second person is just another browser that I turned on, which is a very pathetic. Um, unless it's not showing me the proper numbers. But this guy also is making $500,000 now, so he's not gonna have the loser effect that you guys have. That's the problem. When you it's 2025, right? Lots of fucking losers. Lots of fucking deadbeat losers who are poor as shit. I've been here all this time. I've been here. It's just I don't know. Maybe in the notifications, I'm not showing up because they fucking shadow banned me or something. So it is entirely possible. But ask questions if you like. So for the winner and loser effect, right? Most likely shadow banned. Then I'm back. Thank you for being back. So are you not getting any notifications? Because look at all the videos. I was there every single day. So if I'm shadow banned, right, then that could explain why that you're not getting notifications. That you gotta hit the bell icon. I'm not gonna get more woke. I'm gonna get more unwoke, right? So if I'm shadow banned, right, it doesn't matter. I'm still gonna post my stuff in like Facebook and also my blog. They kind of stop me. Just click the notification button. Maybe that's the reason why there's less people here. They can't physically see me. I'm just linking it to my WhatsApp. So maybe that's the problem. You do understand what I'm saying, right? I'm predicting that you're going to disappear and then you're going to take a long time to resurrect, right? That this might be the end of your story once again over the setback because you're having this meltdown today and making bad decisions, the wrong path, the sociopath. And in 4 months, you probably come back in 4 months, exactly like the Latino fuck behavior chart. Yeah, so Latinos all act exactly the same. So so maybe people have to hit the bell icon, right? Because I could be shadow banned. Is that you? Are you like the Latino guy? Or are you talking or is somebody else? Is that you? Like, are you the guy who fell down and hurt himself after alcohol? Or are you somebody else? I'm not sure what you're trying to say, but I'm glad you're here though. Oh, okay, you're a different Latino. Oh, I remember now. You're a different Latino. You're also Latino, right? So Are you the guy who joined like you joined with Elite 30 and you crashed out? You got offended by me on the phone, so you only pay for one third. Are you that guy from New York, or are you somebody else? I had a Latino student last time for the first 5-day challenge. He joined, right? And I say, focus nothing on nothing else but Elite 30, right? And he didn't want to change his fashion. Was that you? Because I tried to contact that person and they just ignore me and stonewall me. They just prove like the same Latino fuck behavior traits. That's what I'm curious about. If that was you, then why don't you just text me, right? Why did you disappear? Did I trigger you or something? I know the phone call when I talked about the fashion and everything like that. I got another student laid last time, Indian guy, right? But you should have just done it my way. You should have just done it my way. It's gonna be hard. And if you're focusing on Elite 30 module like 3, right? Most people these days they don't have a working memory. And I'm also afraid that the other guy who crashed and fell, right? I'm afraid that he might go through the 5 stages of Latino fuck behavior. Like on the chart, I know we're talking about Indians now, but I was trying to show this guy Latino fuck behavior. Number one, no instincts for grit, right? One track mind doesn't listen to Johnny Elite, does it their way in terms of fashion. One step flirts, one step game techniques, not two steps. Throw shit against the wall and see what sticks. SMVing it, all talk super fast with women, cortisol. Number two, the wrong path, the sociopath. In 4 months, it feels so bad, like without the fashion. And complete destruction, one track mind, only one way to do something until it fails over and over, stubborn. Number three, an autistic meltdown. I wonder if this is what person is going through. After failure, if lower SMV, tears and everything. Number four, they'll get depressed and quit for a while, and then if they don't quit, they'll repeat the process, resurrect back to step one. So this is not a bullshit chart. I wrote this during the first Trump administration. See a Latino fuck behavior chart. There's actually a chart here. And Latinos have been doing the same thing back then, just like right now. So good morning. So I'm talking about Indians, right? So I was playing a testimonial from an Indian student. That was what I was doing. And I was also talking about how he also made $500,000 a year. But I was also supposed to give you the soundtrack. I still have not finished everything yet to enable it, right? For the other Latino guy, if you're on a WhatsApp. The reason why I didn't send it to all of you is because I wasn't even sure if you're serious or you're stonewalling me, right? Usually when people stonewall me, they're usually sociopathic. That's why I'm very hesitant. Sociopath usually stonewalls. And that's not good. Before they stab you in the back. That's what I've noticed. For Indians, right, they go through 4 stages. Number one, altruistic higher self gear, but they don't actually do that. Number two, lower, like they go through a depressed snowflake cunt gear. They need you, so they're depressed, and then they'll be nice to you. Number three, they'll be lower self sneaky, and number four, they're gonna stab you in the back. So Indian steals will be most hard worked. I got another guy laid for. They're not the most hardworking. They're the least hardworking. They're the laziest. So, but I got a guy laid in London, so I'll post his testimonial soon. Then I might as well. Let me look at the videos. Your videos. Um, mental trauma here. Oh shit. Is because I have too many testimonials, right? They're not letting me scroll down past it. Okay, now I can do it. Let me just try to find this guy. Okay. Hopefully, I can't even search my own videos. But there should be an Indian guy here. He's making $500,000 now. I found it right here.
Hi everyone. So I'm making this testimonial for John for his programs Mental Trauma Cure and Elite 60. So after
That's Elite 60A. $500,000. So
having 60 or 3 years back and doing mental trauma cure program last year, and now making $500,000 in net income. So it's not sales, it's net income in pockets. So this is how much money I'm making, all because of teachings and trainings by. So
So we confirm he's making $500,000 a year now. I can't play it too long because the song in the background would say that there's going to be a copyright or something.
4 years back, I was Florida and she got me married. And just before my marriage, I was making $60,000 per year. And I was following all the
But he's saying in his marriage he's making $60K.
right, like midtown, Redfield, Blackfield. So I was following these channels, but John told me to go exactly opposite of this what the channels are taking. So I did exactly the opposite of the channels. I got married, followed John's advice,
He got married with my advice.
followed all his trainings in mental trauma cure and ethnicity, and now I'm making $500,000,000. Believe me, guys, midtown, Redfield, Blackfield, these are very addictive. It's like smoking. These are bad addictions. They will destroy your mind.
He's saying don't go to the black pill.
Right now, I'm not making a lot of money. I have $1 billion home. I have a nice car, and my life is.
He has $1 million home, nice car.
But I'm finally, please follow John's teachings. Please don't go into. Please don't follow such as another channel.
But yeah, it is a huge fucking increase, right? Because I think the other time he was making like 60,000, then 300,000 or something, and then $500,000. So he'll pay off his house in like 2 years. He bought a $1 million house in Toronto. But this was from my coaching before when I was teaching him how to make money. And some of the manifestation stuff too. These stuff I don't teach other students. It's top secret. I don't teach it. So I keep it to myself. But it was a huge jump in income, and that's very rare. And he's an engineer. See Indians successful. No, you're not successful because you can't leave the country. Lots of unsuccessful Indians. He's just one of the rare exceptions. Also, the other guy who got laid from London. I wish I could play his testimonial. I have another student laid. So many Indians could not leave India unless they go to Canada in Brampton. They're accepting so many bad Indians who have ADHD and nothing going for them. Outside of that, right? Only the ones who can at least have some engineering skills can leave to London or something. But most Indians are just bench holding. But yeah, that's him, right? Let's talk about Latino students, okay? The good traits of Latino students. Resilience and mental toughness. Latinos are mentally tough. They're like Mexican boxers. They both will fight until they're burger. Even when they're messed up, the drills, they'll resist instructions or face setbacks. They won't quit easily. This mental toughness is their defining trait. They'll keep fighting until the bitter end. Of course, that's only like certain students. Marco this year already been banned for a month, has not actually fought back and tried to do anything. He is just blaming the inflation and how expensive things are and losing his fucking mind. So now I would say that while this may be true in the past year, this year Latinos are crashing out. So refusing guilt no matter what, but the resilience allowed them to bounce back from failures and keep pushing forward. They might crash out temporarily, but they'll always get back up and try again. This toughness makes them soldiers in the world Daygame. But their 7 out of 10 perceived natural status is now 5 out of 10 because of Donald Trump, because of ICE throwing them over the border. So they weren't like, they're not like supermodel looking, but they're more attractive than other ethnicities overall if they're 7 out of 10 averagely. Because of Donald Trump ICE raids, the political climate that followed their perceived status, it was 6 out of 10, right? The first time Donald Trump was president. Now it's like 5 out of 10. So this external shift has made it harder for them to rely on their SMV. I'm losing my voice. So they have to develop more skills, but they can't because they have no working memory. Despite their natural charisma and decent physical appearance, still gives them an advantage over other ethnicities like Asians or Indians. But they have some of them have zero approach anxiety. Many Latinos will have zero approach anxiety. They're fearless when it comes to talking with women. But the other half, man, the other half are so fucking scared. They almost act like they're going to get executed. The ones with really bad genes. To full cortisol because their previous ancestors might have they must have done something to piss people off. They nearly got killed for approaching women, maybe in the tribe or something. The alpha leader tried to kill them. Whatever it was that caused it, but they have the epigenetic curse. So 50% of Latinos won't be able to make that first approach, and 50% could. So let's see here. You better be back, and you better not have the Latino fuck behavior. Right now on YouTube Live, I'm talking about Latinos, believe it or not. This is actually perfect timing, right? To talk about this topic. You know exactly what the 5 traits are. You better not disappear and try to resurrect later on. You better heal up very quickly and stop having a meltdown. Just try to be tough, right? Don't forget, I kind of damaged my right shoulder, but I didn't let it bother me. Yeah, so this student over here, he um so some Latinos can jump into the interactions without any hesitation. This lack of fear allows them to take action quickly, even if they don't execute it perfectly. Marco, right, last year, he got like he didn't feel any emotions. That's why Latinos they have this massive frown, right? And then they have the sociopathic eyes, and then curl lips, and this dumb low IQ look. That's what Latinos look like. Give it a thumbs up, guys. I could use all the thumbs up. It'd be good to reach more people. So I'm losing my voice. But that's how Latinos are like. But some of them are fearless. And a lot of times, like Marco, he had multiple girlfriends in the past. We played his testimonials before. They're good at vibing, right, with women because they cannot do like multiple steps. They're like a single core processor, an old one. So they can only do one step at a time. They can't do social skills flow drill in 3 steps. If you had to tell a Latino student to start breathing in a certain number, right, seconds, they have to hold it for a certain amount of seconds and breathe out for a certain seconds, and they have to tap the phone when they're recording it, right? Like they hold it and then breathe out, and then breathe in. Their brains cannot actually handle multiple things, so they always get the timing wrong. The first part, they might just not breathe in enough. They hold way too long. The brain doesn't work. They can't do more than like more than one step. Latinos. That's why they all work with their hands. They can't think. No offense, BC, but usually they can't think, and if they try to do a thinking job, they don't do too well. They do better by touching stuff. Whether they're doing dentist stuff, even if they're half white, or they're I don't know, do some magic tricks or lifting boxes or construction or something like that, or gardening shit, stuff like that. They have to touch something. Usually, it's very rare for Latino not to physically touch something because their brain does not work. Their hands have to connect with their brain to do their job. So that's Latinos in general. So they can't do the social skills flow drill with their Pentium 1 core processor, Windows 95. And they can't rely on their SMV to they can rely on their SMV in the past, right? If they're 7 out of 10. Because they're so damaged in terms of doing the 3 steps. This is why in the past Latinos could just SMV it. They can just SMV it, and then eventually that's 7 points for the looks and the 7 points for the race. That's 14 points already out of 20 out of 35. They just need to get 6 more points. A little bit of fashion for Marco. That's 16 points, 17, 18 points, right? And he has to watch everything, maybe like 6.5, so 18.5. And then he just needed a little bit of body language. That's 19.5. A little bit of game if he doesn't fucking forget like usual with his Latino fuck behavior, and a little bit of vibing, and he gets over the line. But now because Marco is doing this like a Latino mugshot, all right, like a migrant. That's how they all look like in the mugshots. Every single Latino. The bigger the frown, the bigger the grape, the bigger the crime. And when that happens, right, because they don't have emotions, they have alexithymia. That means emotional blindness. They can't feel any emotions for the Latinos. Hey, what's up? So don't talk about any like Asian masculinity workout shit here, okay? So, but it's glad that you guys are finally getting notification I'm here. So I'm talking about Latinos and their big, massive frown. They don't have emotions. They got butthurt feelings. Always a big frown, all of them. Even this student who just fell because he went to night game, he had alcohol, right? A one-track mind rather than day game, just do night game. Of course, it's up to him. And then he fell and he hurt himself. He looks like a fucking tiger scratched his face. I see the big claw marks, but that's from the floor. No broken bones. So I just want to ask you a question. Do you plan on coming back faster knowing all these 5 traits? Or are you just gonna let nature take care of itself? Okay? Because in grit, right? I'm talking about the instincts, the best path. My mental filter says that if you delay it too much, you're just gonna quit. And you could say you won't quit, but you will do it anyways, right? So one of the guys who's always on the YouTube live here, right? JP, right? He fell. Sucks, right? Fuck, man. I just don't want to quit because a one-track mind. Oh, I'm gonna take forever, right? And then the wrong path to sociopath takes 4 months. Then he'll have a meltdown. Now he's having a meltdown because it's very emotional after he fell. He went to the hospital. Then he'll quit and then he'll resurrect himself. But Latinos can only do that 3 times before they quit for good. Latinos are too stubborn to quit. That's why they come back 3 times. Come back faster. I'm in pain right now, but I have a week to recover, sir. We'll see what happens. I always say we'll see, right? Even with Marco, right? When he didn't do his homework assignment, he only shows up 4 days and then he doesn't show up again. And I ban him for a month. I always say we'll see, so that way I don't get gaslighted, right? Your actions will determine everything, not what you say, what you do. Okay. You might need to get some ice on some of these things, right? Maybe get some kind of like painkiller or something like that. There are some medicines you can rub over these areas too. So I think I would try to get the swelling down first, right? I'm talking strategy. Were you directing that Asian masculinity comment? Yeah, I'm just saying, just in case, right? That if you bring up anything at Asian masculinity, like you do sometimes, right? I don't want you to do that here. Just want to have a normal conversation. So, but yeah, JP fucking fell, man. Shit, he's injured. I see that. Maybe they give you some morphine or something, right? That's for extreme levels of pain. Okay. As long as you do not tear any ligaments or tear any of like tendons or anything like that. So, did you fall down the stairs or did you just fall on the sidewalk somewhere? Like, what's creating this massive impact? So let's see if he comes back in a month. Usually when Latinos say one thing, they'll do the opposite. But I really hope that he does come back. So all right, let's continue. So Latinos can get away with vibing, right? But they have a stubborn determination. Latinos are stubborn, but they can be a strength when they're channeled correctly. Their determination means that they won't give up even when they're facing challenges or resist instructions. This stubbornness combined with their resilience allows them to keep moving forward, even if they're slow to adapt. Number six, slow but steady adaptation. While Latinos are often slow to adapt, they'll eventually get there. They might resist feedback, argue about instructions, or half-ass their assignments, but when they keep going, once they finally adapt instructions, they'll almost like get laid, like in a guaranteed way of getting laid before they crash out. Their slow progress doesn't matter as long as they keep being consistent, even if it takes them longer to fully grasp the lessons because they can't do multiple steps. The resilience and determination ensures that they'll eventually see results. So I don't remember. I blacked out shit. Fuck. Damn. Do you have like a headache or a concussion or anything like that? You might have hit your head or something. That's not a good thing, right? So hopefully you don't have a traumatic brain injury from it because I have several students that fell and hit the sink. Okay. They don't have any more working memory. Even other Asians that got in a car accident, right? So the results for resilience, right? So you kind of get it, right? Overall. But the Latino fuck behavior, they never change. It's almost every Latino, right? 100% of them goes through it. The five traits are one track mind. They can only focus on one thing at a time, which makes them multitasking impossible. And they have like a one track mind. It's only one way to do something. You can give them like all of the answers of 100 different things for Latinos. I say every single time I give them a different answer, right? For every task. But they always say is that number 20, right? Every time. It's the 20th one. That's the answer. Always the same one track mind. They never change. The wrong path to sociopath. They're bad delusional behaviors and stubbornness, right? And delusions, it'll blow up in their face in 4 months. I had one student, he fucking got the cops kicking down his door and they took his gun. And then after another 4 months, he gets his girlfriend pregnant. I've seen some crazy shit with Latinos. That's what I'm saying. Then the next one, they'll have a meltdown, right? Latinos will have emotional meltdowns where they'll cry or rage quit. Even though they always come back, these meltdowns slow down their progress. Number four, they'll temporarily quit and then they'll resurrect themselves as stage number five. They reset, but they always have a half-assed execution. Latinos are notorious for half-assing their assignments. They can't do things perfectly, but they'll do them halfway, and halfway is better than nothing. But Marco, for example, messed up every drill from body language to social skills, but he still got laid. He could vibe his SMB and eventually get laid as long as he followed the steps, as long as he's whitewashed in fashion, wearing the same clothing, he automatically gets laid and does the arrow science if you can remember. But their procrastination and laziness. Most Latinos are lazy, like Marco. He's only shown up like 4 times and he disappears. Shows up 2 times and he disappears the next day. He can't do more than four. They'll resist doing work. They'll argue about instructions and they'll delay the assignments. This lack of discipline makes it difficult for them to build momentum and achieve consistent results. I had a student who was sweating at Kaizen program for body language. He only sends me 4 videos, not 40. And then he has to say, "I'll do it tomorrow." He's all full of sweat from cortisol. When I talk about the zombies and stuff like that, it's a huge wake up call. And yeah, I won't listen. Whenever I don't listen to you, I fuck up, right? I won't disappear. Just need to. All right, then. Hopefully, there is no concussion, right? Or traumatic brain injury. It's hard to see with the CT scan. Just get some rest. Some rest, right? That's right. The wrong path, the sociopath. In 4 months, it blows up in your face, whatever you choose. So listen to me this time and get all the information you can, right? But definitely, even if you cannot stand up, even if you have to practice things with a tonality or facial expressions, I highly recommend you do not lose the momentum. Okay. Another Latino students. I like to pay the okay. I'm willing to give you a better price, but if you want to pay the whole thing, that's perfectly fine, right? So, but it is a wonderful course, isn't it? It's very well focused. What's the PayPal email? So, mm, how about this? How about this? I'll let you decide because for me, I wanted you to use the course, right? I'm showing you mercy here. You choose the price, right? You choose the price. You already paid a certain amount, right? How much beyond that? You're the only one I'm going to make an exception to because I'm showing mercy to help you. This is a Gen Z student, right? He doesn't have a lot of money, but at least he's using elite tonality mastery. He needs it, right? That's fine. I'll send you the invoice for the difference, right? Sometimes I could show mercy to people. Even for BC, right? I give him elite 30. I'm not a bad person. I do really care and I want them to. That's right. Then I'm gonna send you an invoice for the difference. And that will be all you need to pay. As long as you're gonna use it, okay? You're gonna have to go through it 6 times, right? Have you already started for your Google document? So this is a Latino Gen Z student. That means he's probably like 21 or 22, very young. So okay. But listen, I'm willing to help them all. It doesn't mean other people gets the same treatment, but everyone gets like the way they treat it by their own merit. So I just sent him an invoice, right? So this is exactly like this is super useful, right? For him upgrading because another Indian guy, right, got kicked out. He didn't even want to like take it, and it's gonna help him because he's no facial expressions, right? And this student also had alexithymia, right? Emotional blindness. That's why I think it's really important that he takes action, right? So financing, fleet, tonality, mastery, upgrade, right? Finished, right? 2 of 2, right? All right. You should see the invoice right now, but it's all taken care of, right? So I'll check your Google document afterwards. I'm done with the 5-day challenge for today. Remember, if people don't have a working memory this time, right? This year, I hope that every time you go through it, even if you have to go double speed the second time, right? It's gonna force it into your brain. So, all right, that's good. He upgraded. So, all right, let's continue. So basically, for Latinos, um, some of them have extreme levels of approach anxiety, right? It's epigenetics. So what's epigenetics? It means it's almost like you know how Jewish people, right? They have a lot of anxiety and PTSD because of the Holocaust. So that's called epigenetic. You can almost turn on some of the bad genes permanently. So, okay. All right. All right. Thanks. right? Get onto your assignment right now and make sure you watch it so many times that you're able to perform all this stuff out there, right? When you're also, I'm gonna remove your ban, right? If you want to send me your infield right now, go right ahead. So he got banned, right? Like a lot of students, but his ban is gone now. So supposed to be until end of May 23rd. Now let's just remove this one. Unpin. Okay. I'll check it out later. I don't want to play it out there in the. I bet she flaked, right? So he's a very incongruent. So, but you can learn a lot from this, right? So some of them have like really bad approach anxiety. I had this guy from Brazil who just acts like he's gonna be executed, but he's good looking, but he just acts like he's gonna get executed. So that's not good. And they have a lot of financial instability. And just like him, right, the Gen Z student, they're always in survival mode. That's an interesting observation. That means they're not like exactly like some Latinos will have like five-figure debt, not this student. There are other people, right, I knew that have like lots of debt. They're always like 18 or $17,000 in debt, 60,000, 90,000, right? It's always five figures, or else they're broke like Marco. So that always affects their state of mind because of their excessive ADHD. They cannot focus and their emotional blindness too. And you saw with migrant crime, all this shit that's happening, right? They don't think normally. You see that, right? It's just like it's so normalized for grape these days. I'm not saying my students are anything like those guys, nothing at all like that. But they have a bad reputation now. And even Donald Trump is calling some of them terrorists because their thinking pattern is fucked. So I'm just speaking the truth, right? So financial instability. And also, it's not good to be in survival mode, right? But it's good that this guy invested in himself, unlike the other Indian guy who got laid last year and the year before. He did not invest in himself this year. This could be extremely helpful. He's just like, oh, I could just go through this in inner circle. It's not recut. This video is really, really recut and really refocused. And they're all on one topic. So they need to fix their money situation, especially Marco, when he was complaining how expensive food was. So you need to get not only a stable income, but you got to supplement with ADHD, right? So that way they can fully commit to the program. And number six for Latinos, resisting the feedback, right? A lot of them will argue and resist feedback at every step. But I'm glad JP over there, right, who got injured, right? He's not going to resist instructions. He knows that if he doesn't listen to me, it'll blow up in his face. So usually they'll question every instructions. They'll shoot down everything like an iron dome. The unteachable case Latinos, right? So impossible case, they're very emotional, but they'll try their best to do the homework assignment, right? But if they're unteachable cases, right? They'll actually shoot down all my ideas. And then you keep showing them late testimonials. Look, another student got married, right? Look, another student like fucking got laid, like 20 lays. Look, another student got 8 lays. They'll still shoot down your fucking ideas because they're fucking crazy. And they'll do it their way and they'll quit and they'll resurrect doing it their way just to fail again. So hope that makes sense, right? Send me the audio. I will not play it on the air right now. Don't worry, right? I will not play on the air. If I do play it, I'm going to mute the thing so that way they cannot hear it. I just want to hear it just to see how and why the number close failed. So I'm thinking there's a lot of cortisol, right? Super fast speed and really incongruent and lots of beta tonality, right? They'll question instructions, refuse to adapt, and push back against the changes, right? This resistance slows down their progress and makes them difficult to coach. They'll have meltdowns and emotional outbursts, right? All the time. So I wasn't sure when I was talking to somebody in the comment section, right? If he was actually that Latino guy that I thought he had a meltdown after the phone call. He got Elite 30, right? The 1 to 3 payment. I hope that, that it was not a meltdown. But usually, even Marco, they'll have a meltdown and they don't make any sense. You're like talking to a zombie. And Latinos, they don't feel emotions because of alexithymia. One of the worst students, or actually the worst student of the year, was half Latino, half white. So he didn't even last a week. He already crashed out. It didn't even last long. It was ridiculous. And he shot down all the ideas because it's like long term consistency to change the habit. It's not long term intensity. Mm, okay. As soon as you find it, send it to me. Right. So you sound sick, John. Feel better. No, no, I'm holding my pee. That's why I sound a little bit sick. Right. I got pee right now. So I'm just holding it in because if I stop right now and I don't get through the Latino section, right, I'm gonna regret it. I hope that makes sense. I'm not sick. I feel fine. I just I have like I'm literally have like a whole bladder full. I gotta pee. And so even if I pee and come back, I might lose some of the audience. I don't want to do that. There's only one person here. So Latinos don't feel emotions intensely as other ethnicities. They still have meltdowns. They literally cry during the training. Even like the Gen Z student, right? He had a meltdown before, and then he chose to focus on school. Right now he realized that's not the right path. Right? He came back, but they always have a meltdown. These emotional outbursts are common, right? Even for BC, right? We had a discussion, right? You had a meltdown when you lost your job, right? So it's very common. These things that nobody else knows. So depression and they need supplements. Latinos hardware have hardware issues. That's what makes supplementation essential. Without supplementation, their ADHD and low focus will make training impossible. And without L-theanine, right, which is talked about in the first 5-day challenge, if they don't have L-theanine, then they're gonna start to they sound better when they take L-theanine or something for their depression. They say, "I don't have a depression. I don't sound angry." They sound very angry. So yeah, so if I sound a little bit nervous right now or just like something, I'm really just holding in the pee. So, okay, so how's this? I'm gonna go to the bathroom very quickly, right? In 30 seconds, I'm just gonna rush there, wash my hands, come back, and then I'm gonna play a couple testimonials. The next one we're gonna talk about is black students. All right, we'll talk about black students. Okay, I'm just gonna mute it and go as fast as I can. Okay, hopefully in 1 minute. Do not disappear. All right, hopefully I sound more normal right now. I just finally peed, right? But man, that was very fucking bad. So I only heard meltdown when I lost my job, right? It froze for me a little bit. Yeah. You had a meltdown, right? A Latino meltdown when you lost your job. Do I sound back to normal now? I don't have to pee, so I feel like a little bit better. Hopefully, I don't feel like sick or anything. Like I don't sound sick. All right, let's play a Latino testimonial. We're gonna pick one guy who lost his fucking mind. Okay, so this guy, he lost his fucking mind and he got the police kicking down his door. And then afterwards, he got his girlfriend pregnant, but he still got married and everything like that. He has a son now. Let's just play it so we can learn what the Latino fuck behavior is, and if it's something that's real or is this something that's bullshit that's made up. So, let me just find the testimonial. Should be here somewhere. Ah, here it is.
My name is, and I am one of John Elite's former disgraced students. I say that because I was.
It only froze because it didn't froze. It was just I needed it to pee, right? So I went to the bathroom. So that's why hopefully I don't sound as sick or something like that. I was just holding in the pee, so I'm back. So
Following the teachings of John Elite, but eventually I started acting like a zombie. I was trying to reverse engineer his teachings to what I wanted to do. I wasn't listening to what John was telling me, and eventually it got me kicked out of his program. And that is something I deeply regret because all of John Elite's teachings are something that have seriously improved my life in millions of ways. For example, when I first joined John Elite about 3 to 4 years ago, I had nearly no money in the bank and I had $17,000
you see that? The five-figure debt thing, right? It's not something I made up. It's actually real.
debt. $5,000 was student loans and $11,000 was credit card debt. And even though John Elite had to say goodbye to me as a student about like 3 to 4 years ago, I still followed and implemented John's teachings. All of his teachings, how to make money, how to sell things. For example, he gives you a lot of different books to read. These are some of those books. The Secret series. He gave me those books.
Yeah, the Russell Brunson series, right? So Russell Brunson wrote a bunch of books that's called Traffic Secrets, Expertsecrets.com secrets. But another millionaire gave me those books, right, to read. So I had to read them. It helped my business tremendously. And I told him to read those ones.
One, Traffic Secrets. He gave me all of those books to read. And I read those books and I implemented those books in my own business. And I was able to build a profitable small business. And I was able to completely erase all of my student loan debt, my credit card debt. I was able to erase everything. And what you're hearing right now outside the door, that is my son. And my woman is out there. And John Elite was able to help me. Uh, I was just talking to my wife, just taking care of my son. So yeah, John Elite, he helped me. He helped me get married. He helped me reproduce. I have a son now. My son is very handsome and healthy because the woman is very beautiful. And beyond that, John Elite, he also, even though I was removed from the program. Leave me no choice but to declare you excommunicado. The doors to any service or provider in connection with the Continental are now closed. He still gave me his elite playbook, which helped me practice and drill the things that I needed to do in order to get laid with other women. So, right here, I'm going to show you. That's a censored picture of me getting laid with another girl who's not my wife, and
That was
I will send the
2024.
uncensored picture to John Elite so that he will have the proof that it is me getting laid and not like a fake picture. That's real, right? And also, I'm going to show you my bank account as well as my car, just so you can see that everything that he's saying is true. And all of this is just to say, basically, in a nutshell, John Elite is the absolute best day game cold approach coach in the entire world. And if you want to get laid with cold approach, you need to listen to John Elite. Every single other person in the world has no clue what they're talking about. John Elite is the best coach. He's a freaking genius. He's the only one who came up with the trauma cure therapy, which I also did, and it works 100%. I'm surprised that hasn't won a Nobel Peace Prize. John Elite also came up with all of the cold approach methods that actually work. He breaks everything down to
Neuroscience.
mathematical science. There's just so much I could say about him, but the most important thing I could say is he really knows what he's talking about. It works, and this is my testimonial of John Elite's services. If you want to get laid, you need to listen to him too. So as you can see, here's my hand. So you can see there's no Photoshop, right? There's my name. And here's my account. I'm going to scroll so you can see there's no Photoshop. This is my checking account that I just used. And this is my savings account. I have $43,000. I have 3 credit cards, no balance on any of them. And my only loan I have is on my car, which is a Maserati. And I'm going to show you this. This is proof. I drive a Maserati Gran Turismo. Hello, John Elite. I know my hair is not in the pompadour style right now, but that's because I just got out the shower. Here's my car. It's the Maserati. I'm telling the truth, bro. I promise.
I'm not sure what a Maserati is, right? I never heard of that, but yeah, but that's one student lay testimonial that's Latino. And let me just listen to the other Gen Z students infield. I'm gonna mute it a little bit so that way you guys not hear the details. And I'm gonna give him his feedback, and I'm gonna play the next testimonial. And we're gonna move on beyond Latinos, right? But it's a good thing Latinos have shown up at this exact time. It was a good coincidence, right? We got JP. We also got the other Gen Z student. We also have BC, who's Latino, and also TMX man was also Latino, right? So let me just mute it and play his infield. Okay, we're gonna double check it right now.
I noticed that throughout the years, especially post COVID.
All right. I listened to your infield, right? And I already processed it. And I think you did a lot of things well in terms of the tonality. You remove all the pausing. You're you're very loud, right? And I think she kind of liked you a little bit because you can kind of hear it in her voice when you first did the indirect thing. But you need to start following the exact steps because you always start talking about your friend Anna afterwards, right? You should say, I know this seems like a really random, right? You need to, because you may not have that much emotions, right? Alexithymia, but women will feel like it's a pressure cooker. So even if you did that, the number is going to be harder, especially during the tariffs, right? You pronounce everything. That's good. Your voice is loud. You sound whitewashed, but I also feel like maybe your body language, right? Although everything is on point, but if she's not complying to that degree, right? I feel like potentially that your body language is giving that hunch that you always had and a lack of facial expressions. That's why elite tonality mastery that you have right now is going to make a huge difference. I hope that makes sense. So this is probably the missing link. And also the fashion, right? I know you haven't got the exact dress shirt yet, right? Because you cannot find it at your location, but you have to find the exact ones. You don't want to mess with the algorithms, right? If you have the exact algorithms, it's going to be a lot easier. So I think some of these things, right, is that to make you look more whitewashed. But the body language, I need to double check it. So normally in the past, right, when you send me homework assignments, it's always hunching, but you can't see it because you said that your delusions, you cannot see it. So you guys see it like it's your cousin, right? What was your cousin's name? Alex or something, right? You guys see it as like it's Alex. So send me the entire practice, your drills, but show me how you do it normally. Stand further away from the camera and pretend that you're talking with her, right? You don't have to look in the camera. You just gotta look at her. Send me the drills right away, okay? But yeah, that's the feedback. That's like the access, right? I only need a short amount of time to process everything. I can point things out without you taking a boot camp, right? And I don't need to spend the entire like hour listening to your whole infield. I know exactly what your issues are. I can even tell because the outside in, right? The way you stand, everything affects your tonality and your facial expressions, which I can get a sense from the vibe and how it bounces off of her. So all these things I can definitely tell, right? So all right. So let's play one more. We'll play Marco's testimonials, okay? After we play Marco's, we're gonna move on. He has a lot of late testimonials. There's one I haven't posted yet, but we'll just play quick.
Daygame, which another testimonial of a recently in August last week, August, and this is a chick that was meeting her.
This is August 7th, 2024. But you know, Marco, he's banned for a month, right? That guy's a complete fucking zombie now. He's rotting out because of money problems. That's how Latinos are like. So
and the picture for her and have an instant hangout. Hangout. Instant hangout, got her number, and eventually I met up with her like on a date. And as you can see here, this spot is perfect. I had to pay for a studio next to the street. You can see the street right there. I literally just walk in 5 seconds. And there's the advantage I had to pay for the spot close to the tourist area. And 2024, I know it's been hard for some of the players, but you can do it. But you have to have the right structure with Mr. John. He's the only one that can help you for Daygame. Daygame is the best. Also, you cannot see really well, but he actually got me in shape and a really nice V shape. You can see my jawline. I'm probably like most of the most handsome student of them. And what? What about that? I would trust John. He's the best. Even though I need to keep training, because I want harder girls over and over and over and over. I have a great rotation. That's it for now, guys. And I'll see you soon. These zombies. You just ignore that 52-year-old student who's saying they like a 21-year-old.
So we'll play the next one that's in line. So this is 2023. You can see the evolution, right? I always introduce new things. So in 2023, I introduced the aero science. He calls it aero theory. Every single few years, I introduce new things. So when the pandemic's harder, the inflation's harder or the tariff, right? It always updates. The system doesn't stay the same.
The second time, all the white girl again went hard and close. It works with his new method, the arrow theory for 2023.
Arrow science.
John Haley is a new thing, new China guys. Now, it helped me a lot with dealing with objections and all that, which it works really good, to be honest. And I have a student who told me that she doesn't believe in gun training until I did late with applying to American Girl. And guess what? I did it. And it's going to be more common in this because his stuff works really well. John also helped me a lot with my image, with my physical changes, and with my skincare, with a method that
Okay. Good picture.
helps you with those wrinkles. It's top secret. Only John knows how to do that. And it works really well. And as a Latino, I've been happy for my results. I usually get the other girls, I get more white girls. John is the only one that can help me with his stuff in his trainings. I believe in him, he believes in me. I'll be happy for the results. And thank you, John, for everything. So now, guys, listen to John for 2023 because everything has changed. It's not the same. Believe only John can help you.
Okay, here's some lay pics and stuff. Okay, that's 2022, right? Let's play it now. This is 2022. The what do they call hybrid opener? Everything changes every year, so
Thank you, John, for everything. So now, guys, listen to John for 2023 because everything has
all right, here's 2022.
Believe only John can help.
Right here.
And I just want to talk about the inner circle and all of the information on the inner circle, like the video called hybrid opener. The hybrid opener earned me a lot in the game because that's how I make my fun money. And this is the hybrid opener. And after a while, there was some sex routines. She became my girlfriend. And it's a really powerful video to learn because also I want to talk about the exercises to lose weight and to get out in nice shape, decent shape. I used to be fat and I used to have a double chin. And as you can see, I hit my jawline and I lost the double chin. And John has a method to burn the fat on this area. Nobody knows his secrets. It's early access. But yeah, I mean, so far, there's a lot of information that is top secret, but it's works. Okay, guys, see you soon. Bye.
Okay, more lay pics and stuff. Here's another testimonial.
After training John for some time,
This is probably 2021 or 2020.
spouse, I was able to date 4 times, 4 girls, 2 girlfriends at the same time. And I have to keep one of these girls as my main girlfriend. One white girl, one Mexican American, and 2 Latinas until today. John was able to help me out before COVID and after COVID. And it's not easy to adapt, but John can help you out with that. For John, it's not impossible because he knows what to do. He knows what you need, and he knows how to help you out in your daily life. How can an average man like me, not very good looking, not all chubby, and very average, can get results? Because John understood my situation, and then he helped me out with what I needed. Social skills, social calibration, and everything else, as you can see. That's why I trust John with my life. No doubt. After COVID, I'm still training with John to better my life, not only in Peter, but in other areas of my life. That's why I consider John and other students the best coach in the world. With clearly 500 testimonials speak for themselves. Thank you, John. Here's the old way, the Spanish quote.
Does that make sense? So we can move on from the Latinos. Let's talk about Black students, okay? So far, thank you for being here so far for everyone else that has been here. I really do appreciate it. Even though I think that one person that's here right now could be just my other browser. I'll turn it off. So see if it disappears. Right? If it goes back to 0, then or maybe that did not count. Let's just see. All right, Black students, let's talk about it. So Black students, the good, the bad, and the unteachable. When it comes to black students, right? And one student is very timid, right? But I'll talk more about that. The results are polarizing. On one hand, they're confident black students, they dominate day game with their high SMV and their natural presence. On the other hand, they're unconfident, they're triggered, and they're immediately crashing out due to emotional instability and inability to adapt, right? So let's break it down, the good traits and the bad traits of black students, followed by the analysis of the unteachable cases. All right. Okay, so the Gen Z students send me a practice run.
X, row,
Okay, so okay. It's just let's see. I'm just drawing some lines around it for this student, right, where his head is. So you can see the mistake. Let's see. The arms are correct, right? You see you have a lot more correct than last time around, right? The arms, everything in the right position. The feet is and everything is in the right position, right? Unlike before. But you can see that the neck, right, has a slight hunch because you need to stick out your chest, like you're pointing upwards to the air, to the roof, right? Like your nipples are pointing upwards. That'll make your neck more vertical, right? You're looking roughly in the right way, but it's curling like that. And that's what's giving the curve because it's not like vertical enough, right? So it's creating that twisting motion that you're seeing. Oops. I have to say that again, but you see the arms are correct, the feet's correct, but your chest needs to be out pointing towards the ceiling, like your nipples up to make your neck more vertical. It's kind of pointing forward. You see that a little bit, not 45, but a little bit more forward. And then the neck is right at the end of that. So that's what's creating the curve. So you have to push your nipple so hard, so far upwards into the ceiling, right? The neck really has to go backwards, right? And you gotta line that. It really does feel like your head, like somebody just cut off your head with a katana and then slowly fell forward a little bit, right? Does that make sense? You don't want that. You want it vertical. You want it like if you put like a giant skewer or big stick, right? From the ceiling all the way to the ground, your neck and everything should align with it. The way you turn everything is fine, but just that's the mistake. So fix that first. See if you can do it. All right. So still here for a bit. Thank you very much. So yeah, it wasn't counting the other one. So if you were here, now it says 0, right? But you're still here. So maybe the count is not accurate. If this is 0, but you're still here, how is that possible? That means they're probably not giving me the right count. They're not giving me the right number. There might be more people here right now. I just cannot physically see it. I wonder if my cell phone will actually show how many people is here. This is 0. What the fuck? Hmm.
this is 0. What the fuck?
That's really strange.
This is 0. What the fuck?
Okay. So good traits of black students, right? Confidence, they have high SMV, perceived natural status. The best black students are confident. Confidence is their most important traits because it allows them to break stereotypes and dominate social interactions. Without confidence, even physically attractive, well, I wouldn't say they're attractive, but they just have more protective status. They cannot leverage their natural advantages. Confident black students typically have a V-shaped body. They're above 6 foot tall, and they maintain a whitewash appearance for their fashion, their hair, everything. This combination gives them an 8 out of 10 perceived natural status, especially with white women because they're pre-selected having that confident black man with a white girl. Even if they're skinny fat, their protector status and physical presence makes them attractive. Students who adopt whitewash fashion, right? Faded haircuts, clean shaven, trim beards, and stylish clothing with the my students fashion amplify their SMV further by transitioning from the Negro fashion, right? Afros and long beards and stupid like shirts that are baggy or clothing to a whitewash appearance. They eliminate xenophobia and increase their chances of success. And number two, they steamroll through the obstacles if they're confident. Like confident blacks, right? The sociopathic types, and they don't have much emotions often are emotionally detached, which allows them to steamroll over challenges without overthinking. They don't let emotions get in the way of their progress. This trait is similar to the Chinese students who execute drills with precision and consistency. For example, one black student with over 100 lays attributed his success to following my system. Even though he only learned 15% of it, his ability to steamroll through obstacles and focus on results made him one of the most successful students. So number three is they have a high believability index and depth. Not all of them, but some of them. When confident blacks, right, believe in themselves, they exude a sense of believability and depth that resonates with women. This confidence comes from their past success and their ability to SMV it effectively. Even if they get stuck during tough times like the pandemic or inflation, they'll bounce back quickly with my proper guidance. Kaizen or 30-day challenges, right? Like Elite 30. Black students excel in Kaizen or 30-day challenges such as Elite 30. These programs allow them to focus on consistent practice, which leads them to massive results. Some of my black students have racked up huge lay counts, like and multiple girlfriends, simply by sticking to the drills and maintaining momentum. Whitewash black advantage. The whitewash black students have a massive tactical advantage in day game. Their confidence combined with their physical presence and whitewash appearance creates a positive stereotype that women finds irresistible. Even Latinos or Indians who looks black can benefit from this advantage if they adopt the same traits. Next, resilience and results. So once confident blacks, they adopt the social calibrations and instincts through the program, they'll achieve results quickly. Even if they mess up the drills or half-ass their assignments, the resilience ensure that they'll get laid eventually. Okay, so what are the bad traits about black students? Okay. So what are bad traits? They get triggered, right? And emotional instability. Some black students have high egos and low self-esteem. Not all of them, but some of them are really triggered, like to the maximum. The ones who are probably far left, delusional, which makes them easily triggered. They laugh nervously and they take feedback personally and they get stuck emotionally. This triggered behavior prevents them from focusing on the drills that lead to consistent emotional outbursts. These students spend more time crying about their problems than solving them. Their inability to control their emotions makes them less teachable and they slow down their progress. Number two is the Negro fashion and xenophobia. Students who stick to the Negro fashion, like the stupid sideburns and big ass afro, right? Long beards and outdated clothing, that's baggy, they face significant challenges, right? You don't live in the fucking 90s like rappers. This appearance creates xenophobia and alienates white women who are their primary targets in Daygame. For example, one black student in London with an afro, right, and a beard struggled with xenophobia until he transitioned to a whitewash look. Once he faded his hair and adopted a better fashion, he got laid almost immediately. So, wait, black student in let me think about this one. No, it's not in London. This one's United States. I wrote it wrong. Yeah, so this guy has like 20 something lays and he joined the army. So, number 3, overconfidence and laziness. Confident blacks often stop practicing the drills after getting laid. They rely too much on their SMV and vibing ability because they stop practicing the body language after that. It leads to stagnation. They just SMV it. While they can rack up a few more lays, they'll eventually get stuck if they don't return back to the social calibrations of Elite 30. Number 4, the fat and cortisol issue. Some black students, especially African blacks, they struggle with skinny fat physiques and high cortisol, especially during the tariff and stuff. They'll gain a little bit of weight. So instead of building muscles, they'll get like skinny fat and they'll have gross proportions. I saw this guy who was the worst student of last year. He was having fat at the back of his neck in areas I've never seen fat before. It's really gross. So, and he got kicked out. But here's the thing: if you have a natural status, right, compared to African blacks, like African American blacks, their lack of SMV combined with their physical issues make it harder for them to succeed in day game. Number five, they're delusional and they lack responsibility. The triggered black students often exhibit sociopathic traits, such as refusing to take responsibility, the far left types. They blame others, they're act delusional, and they believe their opinions are facts. This lack of accountability makes them unteachable and prevents them from making meaningful progress. So unteachable case, right? The African black student, the worst black student falls into this unteachable case category. These students are completely delusional, they're triggered and emotionally unstable. For example, one African black student from 2022 and 2024 was the worst student of the year, and I had to kick him out. He ran away every time there's a homework assignment. He got triggered consistently and acted like he was possessed by demons. His decisions led him to crash out completely, turning into a full on zombie, which there was no humanity left. He became very sociopathic, and every decision was just fucking horrible. So this his proportions were gross, his cortisol level was high, and he was showing no signs of improvement, no memory whatsoever, and does the minimum. He doesn't take responsibility, he doesn't feel guilt. He's like unteachable case. So, but the good black students. But wait, before we go there, let's look at his homework assignment. Okay. Yeah, yeah, better, but not. Okay.
Real. I.
Yeah. I think this is much better, and you're finally making some progress, right? Make sure there's no twisty in the neck. You make sure you stick out your chest right away. You just turn your head, like you just pretend somebody opened the door and you turn your head. But outside of that, right? I think that's improvement. You gotta remove the micro pauses from your speech. I know it doesn't sound like you're pausing too much, but even like half a second can fuck you up. Hope that makes sense. But that is an improvement. That's what you want to do. When you compare to the other one compared to this is night and day difference. But it's good that you're finally more teachable after your ban, right? But also going through the elite tonality mastery course, I'm seeing some improvements overall. So you need some more facial expressions. After I finish the 5 day challenge, I'm gonna cut a new video, right? So even afterwards, I may have a couple of days, but after that, I'll cut a new video on like how to staple your facial expressions, right? That's something that's missing. It's not moving at all. So if your face is not moving at all, this could explain why that other number might have flaked because there's a lack of congruency, right? So, all right. I'm just giving feedback, right? So the students for elite access, they get feedback. They get like 10 or 15 minutes a day, which is great. Saves them a lot of time. So the good black students, they dominate day game with their confidence and high SMV and resilience. They like steamrolling and pushing through obstacles and achieving massive results like many lays. However, the bad black students, they struggle with triggered emotional instability or delusions, or they have massive approach anxiety, which is what I see in 2025. The key to success for the black students is confidence, a whitewash appearance, and a consistent practice. For those who embrace these traits can achieve incredible results, while those who resist change, right, will get triggered and crash out. So let's just play a testimonial from a black student, okay? This guy, if I can find it, got over 100 lays. So black people do have value. I'll just type black and see if that shows up. Okay, listen. I'll go faster.
Last time I did this morning about how thanks to the job on the agent, I was basically able to have a chisel keep it for years at the same time. And I want this time to give you an update of on things that have been happening since. Just wanted to say that for a while, I told John for a while because I let those things the last time get to my head. And I was not being teachable anymore. I was not listening anymore to few things he was telling me, so I got kicked out of the program sadly. But recently I came back to give him an update. And in the last 3 months, since the last time I was in the program, I was basically able to get three subs, and I had approximately 10 more lays, 3 months. And at the moment, I wanted to kind of point out on the things that really make Johnny Lynn different as a coach, because it's been gaming for such a long time. I don't consider myself a beginner anymore, but John is so much advanced. He's so many light years ahead of most other people in the community that you really have to take him seriously, because he's a one in a lifetime type of genius when it comes to dating. John is so good in the concept that he gives me that he now allows me to pretty much close on the first date almost every time, and spend less money on dates, keep girls around without really spending that much money, having 3, 4 different girlfriends at the same time. We don't mind sharing me, and basically just being able to have threesomes pretty much regularly at this point. I would say that also that's really what's really interesting to me is that you don't need to have a boot camp to really improve when you use general system, because if you just get daily access, it's way better than a boot camp, and it's way cheaper because a boot camp is only 3 days.
Yeah, now if you cannot just get elite access, you have to upgrade to everything for elite bundle resurrections. But back then, he just upgraded to elite access. That's what he could afford, and then it's worth it. So
Those yourself as once you treat this like this, so every single day, we can advise and adjust what you need to hear step by step, day by day. This is really better than that when it comes to coaching. Those guys, let me tell you guys, I have a lot of experience in this community, and those guys who are proposing boot camps and stuff like that. Those guys basically are just trying to sell you a dream. They're trying to make money from you, because a boot camp will not do anything to your game, really. It won't. 3 days is just not enough to make a long lasting change. And that's what I wanted to say. That's what I wanted to say. Also, besides that, you have so many guys who are going for coaches that are not really of the same stereotype as them. If you are a short or an Asian or a black guy, you have no business learning from a tall white guy, really, because those guys are just basically vibing it, using the value to kind of just vibe it and just see what happens. Whereas with the joining system, the joining gaming style, you literally have to bring the skill. You can't rely on the passive value, really. And you really have to know all the subtleties of when to talk to the girl, why are you talking to the girl, when can you escalate, when can you actually pull, and how to overcome obstacles, how to see the pull, how to sexualize. That's very important. And those are things that are
aero science.
different. At this point, more than 60 years with John in Great American.
Yeah, that's 60 at that point, but now it's like more than 100. So that's what he said. So I have a screenshot of it. That's maybe I'll mix it with this one. That'll be good.
What can we do? I mean, I have to best
That's good.
made after more than 18 years in this community learning game. Best I guys, if you don't take the coaching job, you pretty much get full at this, because there's no question it's the best. It's a no-brainer. Really. And to me, any 30 at that price is cheap. Any access is extremely cheap to have access to in every single day, access to his brain and his way of thinking. Because he's a genius at this thing. So, guys, if you have the opportunity, go and train with John. It's a no-brainer, really. And really, what I wanted to say, I almost forgot. It goes beyond the pickup, because I was kind of stuck with my family, who's kind of narcissistic, right? My parents are very narcissistic, and I had to basically let John really kind of punch me out of my sleeping state and stress myself up for them and being able to become financially independent still.
Good.
So thanks to John, I was able to become financially independent for my family and make some distance from them. So it really goes beyond the cut. It's going to teach you the mindset of people who make money. It's going to teach you the mindset of people who are getting girls. And
Okay. I think there's another testimonial somewhere, but you get the point. There's like two of them. So, but even if it's up to that point, you still learn quite a lot. So there are other black students. I think we're taking too much time, but it doesn't matter. So we'll just play one more, okay? So Let me see if I can find it. Okay, this one. Oh yeah, I forgot to pitch my course, right? Elite Bundle Resurrections. If you guys want to get laid, right, just get Elite Bundle Resurrections. And right now it is $935. You can pay in 3 pieces, right? So whatever you pay, you'll be locking the price. I'm gonna remove the whole golden ticket thing, right? I think that's a stupid concept. So I was originally thinking about if you buy like a $5 ticket, you can still get the booklet, and I can move you to a WhatsApp group. But people are not responding to it. Maybe I should not focus on really poor people, but people that are serious. So he's talking to this woman, and then they're just getting out of the bathtub. So he's just showing that white girl.
A little again and we switched numbers. And we hung out maybe once or twice. And I know that I hit her up one day in the same week. We hung out and I wanted to come over. And she was giving me all these crazy notes of that. I really had no idea what to say. So that's when I texted you through the jump lead access and screenshot it. And from those few screenshots, you know exactly what to say.
Actually, I created Elite Access because of this student, right? He could not afford another Skype, and I needed to find a way that give him more value that he can get more in contact with me. He was going to pay $300 for another Skype. So I thought, why not come up with a different program that I can help him too? So yeah.
And I just thought it was saying. And when I did that, coming out, it just felt fascinating. And oh, 15 minutes. Just it's a big loss to be back. I need to tell y'all if I can't make access, you need to get it. Because the whole real time, like when you're doing something, you're stuck, you can respond over the news back. You get it and you'll take brainstorm as well. So next time I run into a brainstorming this issue, I'll definitely handle that. And like I said, John, all haters. You definitely talk about like they'll definitely talk about that shit, but they're the best person around. And like I said, you need to get the lead access. It's definitely a big help. And like I said, John, I'll give you the next update. Hopefully next week I have to just sign it up.
So how many lays did he get? He's got 22 lays. Okay. So that's more than a Jewish white student. He has 2 girlfriends and also 2 fuck buddies from the coaching. Was it worth it? Was it worth it? So that's just another black student. Let's move on to the next thing. Okay. Middle Eastern students, the good, the bad, and how fucking crazy they are. Okay. So Middle Eastern students bring a unique dynamics to day game training. While they're often facing societal stereotypes and challenges, their high SMV sexual market value, dominant personalities, and relentless dedication to mastering the system makes them incredibly effective when trained properly. So here's a breakdown. They have high SMV, like 7 out of 10 or something, and dominant personalities for some. Middle Eastern students naturally have a high SMV, often higher than Latinos. Well, of course, it's higher now in 2025 because Latinos went down to 5 out of 10 because of Donald Trump. Because of Donald J. Trump, the Latinos have gone a little bit lower for their SMV. That's right. So, despite negative reputation in certain European countries, right, in terms of grape, right, because Middle Eastern people in Sweden are known for grape. So, white girls are afraid, but and also Germany. So in terms of that, their dominant personality plays a significant role in their attractiveness. Maybe like the dominant tribe or something like that. Women, even like white women, respond to this dominance and taps into the conquering tribe mentality. Their dominance, or this dominance, when paired with a whitewash appearance, becomes a massive tactical advantage. Whitewashed Middle Eastern student, those who adopt the clean haircut, stylish dress shirts, and modern fashion break stereotypes and projects a polished and attractive image. This transformation is crucial for their success as it eliminates xenophobia. It enhances their appeal. I'm just reading faster just to get through it, okay? Relentless dedication to practice. Middle Eastern students are ruthless practitioners. They'll take your program like Elite 30 to the extreme. They'll practice every fucking spare moment of their fucking life that they're not working. It's crazy. Unlike other ethnicities, right? They'll treat training like they're training for war. And I'm just joking, but like a dedicating hours upon perfecting their social calibrations. For example, I have a 5'7" Middle Eastern student from Sweden. He practiced Elite 30 like 10 hours a day in front of a mirror. Within 5 days, he got his results have skyrocketed. Women who previously ignored him start to open up, and he achieved his first lay with a white woman in record time. This relentless dedication sets Middle Eastern students apart and accelerates their progress. The better social skills and social circles. Unlike many other ethnicities, Middle Eastern students often come into the program with decent social skills, established social circles. While they may have a gangsterish vibe, they know how to socialize and maintain friendship. This foundation gives them an edge. They can build on their existing social skills rather than starting from scratch. Their ability to vibe and connect with others make them naturally better at social skills, flow drill, and other aspects of Daygame. Combining their high SMV, this makes them highly effective in interactions with women. Number four, their ability to operate under pressure, even when triggered. Middle Eastern students are extremely triggered, but they don't let that stop them. They have a unique ability to operate effectively, even when triggered, pushing through emotional discomfort to achieve their goals. This resilience allows them to stay focused on the training and execute drills consistently, even when they're faced with setbacks or challenges. Their sociopathic tendencies, while extreme, often works in their favor. They approach a training with a laser like focus, treating it like a mission to conquer. This mindset combined with their ability to handle pressure makes them highly effective in day game. Number five, success with white women. Middle Eastern students excel at getting white girls, especially with my training. Their dominant personalities and whitewash appearance and social skills make them highly attractive to women who might otherwise be hesitant. For example, the taller student from Vancouver, um, achieve over 30 lays, including multiple white women, by copying my infields and also by following the system to the letter. His success highlights the potential of Middle Eastern students when they're fully committed to the program. Number six, high lay counts and girlfriends. Middle Eastern students often achieve high lay counts in a short amount of time. Their combination of SMV dominance and dedication to practice allows them to rack up results quickly. While they're not always seen as husband material due to the societal stereotypes and financial limitations, they can still secure a girlfriend and long term relationships. Taller students, in particular, are more likely to fit into the boyfriend and girlfriend frame, while shorter students may face additional challenges. The short ones will get more lays despite their bad reputation in Europe, breaking through the stereotypes with happier vibes. One of the most effective strategies for Middle Eastern students is to adopt a happier, more positive vibe. This breaks negative stereotypes and makes them more approachable. Women respond well to this energy as it contrasts with the crazy and violent disposition often associated with their ethnicity. By combining a happier vibe and their natural dominance with a whitewash appearance, Middle Eastern students can significantly enhance their results. Next, quick results with proper training. Middle Eastern students often achieve results quickly with proper training. Their high SMV combined with their ability to practice relentlessly allows them to see changes within days, weeks. For example, the Swedish student transformed his interaction with women in just 5 days of practicing Elite 30. This rapid progress is a testament to those dedicated and willing to follow instructions. With the right guidance, they can overcome challenges and achieve consistent success in day game. So, Middle Eastern students, what are the bad traits? Well, they're capable of achieving great results due to their high SMV and their relentless dedication when they're on track. But it can also be the most challenging and volatile students to train with. Their emotional irregularity and their sociopathic tendencies and inability to listen to others lead to dramatic crashes. Here's a breakdown of some bad traits that makes training Middle Eastern students a double-edged sword. Emotional irregularity and low self-esteem. Many Middle Eastern students struggle with low self esteem, which manifests as the emotional instability. They are extremely triggered individuals who react poorly to feedback and often spiral into emotional chaos, kind of like Latinos. For example, one student from Sweden who achieved 3 lays with a white girl who's blonde, he crashed out completely after he um, he said that he was a Bitcoin investor and maybe Bitcoin was early back then and then completely fucking crashed. And then she left him. And then now he thinks that money is everything. He completely crashed out. He abandoned the training. He didn't make the video testimonials, and he obsessed over making money as a solution to the problem. Of course, he also met the or talked to the other 18-year-old student who was in the Swedish army, right? That guy who had to go back and then got drafted. So he contacted him. So the emotional irregularity often makes them unreliable. They can be highly motivated one moment and completely disengaged. There was one guy who was like getting elite um, day game first steps. He also got elite 30, right? And I said he should use my workout plan. I'm not big, but my students are huge. He can lose more weight and gain more muscles my way. He did not listen to me. He listened to another coach from Turkey, right? Even though from the United States, I double checked on him to see if he did his homework assignment last year. He didn't do shit. He had such low self esteem and half assing it and quitting that he blocked me. Right? I hope that another Latino did not do the same thing, but stubbornness and refusal to listen. Middle Eastern students are incredibly stubborn. They won't follow instructions, even if it's their best interest. They have a know-it-all attitude that leads them to ignore advice and make reckless decisions. So the 5'7" guy from Sweden ignored my clear instructions. I told him not to hit on the model, even though he got laid with a blonde chick. But the boyfriend was in jail for this other model. His reckless behavior led him to being stabbed in the chest by a Somali pirate individual in Sweden, and also another Middle Eastern person. But it did not puncture his chest, it only punctured his jacket, forcing him to flee. But he went to Turkey, where his family was from. This type of Latino fuck like behavior, but Middle Eastern like, ignoring the warnings, taking unnecessary risks, and acting impulsively are often results of catastrophic outcomes. Most of the time, whenever you see like violent things that happen, right, with any of my students or anything, it's always from Middle Eastern people. Almost always. Not Latinos, Middle Eastern. They're crazy. Sociopathic tendencies. Middle Eastern people, they have sociopathic or psychopathic traits, both of them. They lack empathy and they focus on intense personal gain. While they can be advantages in certain contexts, like making money or pushing through fear and day game, it also makes them difficult to teach. They don't feel fear, which leads them to overconfidence and recklessness behavior. For example, one student chose to follow a Turkish bodybuilder, that guy, and instead of my proven system for muscles, I'm not big, by the way, my students are, and it failed, leaving him fat and unfit. His refusal to follow instructions and his misplaced confidence in the unproven method highlight the dangers of their sociopathic tendencies. They like to crash out, they like to cut ties with you. Middle Eastern students are prone to crashing out, and once they hit roadblock, they'll face setbacks. They often abandon training altogether. This is often due to their inability to handle failure and rejections. For instance, the Uber driver in the United States, all right, he just got elite day game first steps, upsold to elite 30, and he crashes out and disappears. And that's stupid. I treated him like a brother, trying to help him. He still blocked me and he stonewalled me like a sociopath. This type of behavior is not uncommon, as many Middle Eastern students they struggle to maintain long-term commitment and accountability. And their volatile and dangerous behavior, right? Their lack of emotional regulation, and sociopathic tendencies lead them to risky or violent situations. Several students have been stabbed by Somali or Middle Eastern individuals due to conflicts over women. So one student was stabbed multiple times in Sweden, but luckily escaped with only his jacket punctured, as I said. This volatility makes it crucial to exercise caution when dealing with Middle Eastern students, especially in environments where cultural tensions run high. And they're focused on money instead and everything like that is a problem. But yeah, you get the point. The half-assing and following the wrong path, the Middle Eastern students, they'll do the wrong things eventually, right? They'll fail because of low self-esteem. They'll get there eventually and mentally crash. So, and also there's xenophobia, especially in Europe. Middle Eastern students are often faced with social cultural challenges such as xenophobia, and the dominant personalities can help them overcome these barriers if they're whitewashed. And if they don't change their faction, they'll just be a negative stereotype, right? Like a rapist. So Middle Eastern students are crazy. And I'm just speaking the truth. Let's just play a testimonial very quickly of a Middle Eastern person. All right. So let me just pick one. It's here somewhere. There's two of them, right? One of them is like that. When I change it to robotic voice, you might not hear it that well. I'll have to just tell you what it says. But let's just pick the one that's not. Censored. Should be one here somewhere. But this guy got a model girlfriend in Vancouver. Where is he? Shit, there's too many fucking video testimonials. I can't even. All right, you just scroll down, right? There's another bunch of testimonials. I shouldn't skip it. I should actually do it. I'll just play the other one first. The 5'7" guy. He practiced 10 hours a day, and if you cannot hear it, if it muffles the voice, I'll try. I'll just read it for you. Okay. He says he's a Middle Eastern guy in Europe. Okay, here's his lay pics, right? But they're well censored, but hopefully you can kind of see it. There's a blonde chick here, but there's all censors. It's fine. You can't see anything. But so he says he went to Todd Valentine courses. He also went to tall self-proclaimed high leg count guy. Did not work. He says on the forum he was looking for a new coach, and some people were talking about me. So he was very skeptical in the beginning. He talked with me, right? He gave me a chance. So he bought Elite 30 in the coaching. Okay, so it's just a picture of her in the bed, so that should be fine to post over here. Not anything bad, but the blonde. Hopefully you can kind of see it, but don't worry, it's censored. So he says I'm the best dating coach out there. Well, yeah. This is not if you get the results, but when you get the results. He says he spent 6 years and got 0 results. With probably meant all these POA shit. He says I'm quite tough, do exactly whatever I say. Because I want you to take action, get stuff done. I want you to succeed. And he says I'm the best coach out there. He says he's 5'7". He says RSD and tall self-proclaimed high leg count guy courses, and he didn't get any results in 6 years. 1 second. He says he got results in 1 week. Okay. After a week and a half, he pulled another woman home and he finger banged her, but don't worry, the picture is censored, so it's just like her outside the door of her place in Sweden. He could not get it hard, so and also like he got in a fight with other people. It says the model needed to be careful though. Her ex is in jail and will be out soon. He's pretty jealous. She told me that, but it's not a problem. I just think I'm just thinking about the risk, and I told him not to do it, but not to pursue her and stuff like that because she's gonna show all the messages that they send back and forth. So they try to stab him in the chest. He moved to Turkey, but yeah, that's not my fault. I had nothing to do with it. I told him not to do it, but they don't always listen. Here's a Middle Eastern student. He has 22 lays. Here, I think he has over 30 something lays. This is just one of the testimonials I can find. Right, one model like his ex girlfriend's a model. He has a lot of white girls and Latinos too. So every race, even Asians.
Hey guys, how's it going? This is a video testimonial for John W. So a little bit about myself. I worked for our nation programs all year in Vancouver. And I played the game for many years. There was David D'Angelo, dating, funny, there was mystery, there was pickup artist TV shows, there was tons of stuff. It was all gaming, strategies, right? Then found John Lee. And all I did was take his Elite 30 course. Everything changed. It was all just social skills, social calibrations, how to not to be, just be chill, be normal, normal in the eyes of the world. And how John is able to pick everything up and point it all out and put it in a structure. Put it all in a structure so that it was so when you take it, it's good stuff. So I highly recommend. I would only take it 30, and even for business, it was great because before topic lines, it was more kind of to the point and just whatever. But now with 30, I was more connecting, creating comfort, friend vibe, all this stuff, and closing sales left, right, center. And then talk about the lanes. So I'm well over 20 now, and there was between COVID, and two girls. One was Colombian chick, just walk up to her outside the side train, was chatting and that, and going back to her place. Just talking about UFC because she had like anime t-shirt in her hand, and we were talking about UFC, because I like UFC, and yeah, just normal.
Yeah, he has tons of lay pics right on the website. So if you want to see it, just go to my website.
Back and forth, back to the place, transition to some drinks, and wouldn't whip it out. So that was one of them. Another thing I was emulating for like some of the street games I did was I would chat with the chicks and feel comfort, and then I would do the Snapchat trick where you're like, hey, this girl on Snapchat, you're chatting. I'd make out with them in the clubs, just pull them in the club, they'll get them for drinks. Just go for. There was one chick, bigger thing in the street, blonde, young blonde, 18-year-old blonde. She couldn't get into one of the bars, just hanging out there, we're chilling, talking. I was bugging her, joking around about it, and then being social. And this is like, make out with me right now. She's like, grab me, so okay, so I start figuring her right on the street. So I got that. It was again just really access being social, normal, not gaming. So I highly recommend Elite 30. I haven't taken the playbook yet, and I've already some results already. So it's like I highly recommend Elite 30, especially if you're one of these gaming guys or just all the game. Take Elite 30, watch it a few times, internalize it, put it to practice, and you want it back. All right, thanks, John, for everything. Also, I forgot to mention. So I wanted to just chat about one of the same things I got. So I was at the hot dog stand on Granville Street, and I was a little bit drunk. This is when I got a watch because John was like, "Hey, get a better watch or whatever," as a conversation piece. So I just got this iced out black diamond watch, and yeah, the girl with me, she was an Asian chick. She was like, "Hey, I like that watch. What kind of watch is it?" I was looking at it, touching it and stuff, right? And she also had a boyfriend, and yeah, again, use social skills, chatting about watches and stuff like that while chatting. Obviously, I'm throwing in that that fun vibe, and yeah, we ended up jumping in the cab, going back to our place, and I banged her, and felt bad after because like she was texting her boyfriend. While I got the picture of her too, I was like, "Whoa!" So I got a picture of her because I wanted to send it to John. And yeah, I got a model Instagram girlfriend. Same thing, just social skills, treating them normal, good vibe, intelligence, and all this kind of stuff. And yeah, that was good. But what I learned about these young Instagram models, the one I was using is just they party quite a bit, and started affecting my mental health going out there. Like, what happens when you learn this stuff? When you learn John Lee's 30 social skills program, you now become a person that has choice. You're not in scarcity mindset anymore. You're not like, oh, like you're just like, oh, it's like even hot chicks, models, random chicks and stuff. You start to develop your own profile of who you want, what you like and dislike in a person. And now you have the skills to go and pick and choose, go out there and get to know someone and say, this is a shitty person. I don't like girls that cheat now. I don't like girls that are cheaters and cheats and all that stuff, or their boyfriends or anything. Yeah, it's fun. It's the experience. It's good to have, you go out there and you have these experiences, and these experiences with the skill sets you learn from the 30, you now become a person of having choice, who you want to be, what kind of person you want. And, but I just add that in there.
Good. So yeah, he got a model Instagram girlfriend and stuff like that. And he got over 20 something lays in that testimonial. He got more than 20 something, but that's where I ended it. And unfortunately, he went back to RSD and then he just lost his mind and gained weight and then crashed out. But it's a typical story, right? He made a lot of money with my coaching. He made like 6 figures. He had like, $100,000 he showed on his bed on all $100 bills for Canada. Anyways, let's talk about white students, right? The good traits. White students, both European and American, have incredible potential in Daygame due to their natural SMV, decent social skills, and ability to adapt when motivated. However, they require the proper training to unlock their full potential, especially when it comes to same-day lays. Here's the okay, so basically, they have the highest potential for same-day lays because they have the most value. But white students have the highest potential, but they're when trained properly, right? But they often rely on outdated methods like the mystery method. So they always do the phone number closes, right? They never go for same day lays. They don't even think it's possible. It's like the 4-minute mile. They believe that for same day lays, that's like not for them. So they try to use their SMV. They're lazy as fuck. White people. With my training with Elite 30 and Elite Access, it teaches them how to calibrate their social skills and execute same-day lazy effectively. And you can get that for Elite Bundle Resurrections. The 5'7" students in the United States, this student was a prime example of how white students can dominate with proper training. He was 5'7", not using heel lifts. He still got multiple same-day lays with stunning high-quality women. He pulled them effortlessly within less than 6 approaches. He even had a video of women in the bathtub afterwards as proof, like stunners. His success highlights the importance of social calibrations and proper execution. The London student, right, a European student from London, achieved 10 fuck buddies, a 5-sum, 2 models, and 1 model girlfriend, including a relationship with a model. His ability to calibrate his social skills and leverage his whitewash tonality made him one of the most successful students. That's not the most lays, right? He got like 10 or 11, but still 10 fuck buddies. When white students focus on social calibrations first, they unlock their ability to achieve same-day lays. While they already have a decent social skills, well, not really, but but they need to refine their nonverbal communications first and emotional control for their elite tonality mastery. And then their high SMV with whitewash tonality, like white students benefit from high perceived natural status. They're in the top compared to other ethnicities. Their looks, their height, their status gives them a natural edge, especially in countries where white men are perceived to be exotic or dominant. Additionally, most white students already have whitewash tonality, meaning they don't need to learn it from scratch. Their tonality is naturally calibrated to sound like whitewashed because they're white. And it makes their interactions smoother. This gives them a head start compared to other ethnicities who needs to work on tonality adjustments. Next are ruthless efficiency, right? Europeans, for example, like a London student or the German student who's bald, 55 years old, they bring a level of ruthlessness, efficiency to their training. They treat day game like a system to be mastered, follow instructions with precision and consistency. The German student in his 50s achieved massive success by following Elite 30 and day game principles with ruthless focus. He pulled women that are 21 to 25 years old, 21, 25, 21, all in one approach. Even a Megan Fox looking woman, I just showed it to the other students and they see it. They show it earlier or younger picture of her, like 15 years ago. His ability to execute without hesitation made him one of the most lethal students. This efficiency combined with their natural SMV makes white Europeans or white Americans completely lethal when it comes to day game. But they don't do fucking same day lays because they're just scared of it. Minorities can do it. Strategic thinking. While white Americans are generally lazier than Europeans, they'll bring strategic thinking to the table for game and properly motivation. For example, a 5'7" multimillionaire student in the United States not only achieved a same day lay, but he also provided invaluable marketing advice that helped me shape my business strategies. His ability to apply both business acumen and day game training made him highly effective. White Americans often approach day game with a pragmatic mindset, focusing on game tactics. However, they require more motivation and structure to overcome their natural laziness, SMVing it. Their ability to status max. White students, especially Americans, often status max when they're traveling to other countries. Their SMV is perceived to be higher. For example, many white students, if they not white students, but white people, PUAs, when they go to Asia or Eastern European to capitalize on their status as foreigners. This strategy allows them to achieve results quicker and with minimal training. However, with a proper training, they can achieve the same results in their home country, United States, by eliminating the need to rely on status abroad. Quick results with proper training. White students can achieve quick results with proper training, especially when they focus on social calibrations. Another American student in 2023 brought the Elite 30 to speed up his lays. He was able to achieve a lay with a 19-year-old in just a few weeks. Actually, not in a few weeks, it's like a week or something. When he quit afterwards, his success demonstrates how effective proper training can be for white students. His ability to achieve fast results makes white students some of the most lethal when they're committed to the process, but they're not. So here's the thing: they can get high lay counts and get girlfriends. With white students, they can master same day lays. Not, but only my students can do it. They often achieve high lay counts and secure girlfriends or fuck buddies with ease. The London student had 10 fuck buddies, a 5-some, 2 model girlfriends, and the German student pulled multiple younger women, including a Megan Fox lookalike, even though he's in his 50s. He's like 55 at that time. He's 56 now, most likely. These results highlights the potential of white students to dominate day game when they combine their natural SMV with proper training. The bad traits of white students: they're lazy as fuck. and they're the laziest group when it comes to skill development. They rely heavily on their natural SMV while avoiding hard work required that minorities have for skills, right? Social skills, social calibrations, emotional control. Their laziness manifests into their preference for number of games. I mean, playing a numbers game and direct game, which no longer works effectively during the 2025, during the tariffs or the inflation, especially during like last year's inflation. They collect flaky phone numbers and give direct compliments and hope their looks will carry them through. They're brainwashed by other white dating coaches. White students are often brainwashed by white dating coaches who promote outdated methods like the mystery method and direct game, and they just stand next to women with optics. These techniques focus on indirect attraction and the long game, making same day lays nearly impossible. For example, many white students believe that same day lays are rare or unattainable unless they are super good looking. This mindset holds them back and prevents them from embracing a more effective system like the elite bundle resurrections. Resistance to skills and emotional growth. White students are often allergic to learning skills. They resist social skills training, tonality adjustments, and emotional growth. They rather rely on SMVing it with game tactics like zombies. For example, white students claim they can't learn social skills because they've been lazy their whole lives or they're Asperger's. Yeah, right. As an excuse to avoid the hard work. And they get a lot of cortisol and burnout. They'll eventually get a lot of cortisol and negative impacts their physical appearance and emotional stability. They become skinny fat and they lose their hair and develop rapid speech patterns that makes them appear anxious and unattractive. This cortisol-induced burnout often leads to a cycle of rejections, frustration, and further emotional instability. And the overconfidence in direct game. White students are obsessed with direct game, even though it doesn't work anymore. They believe they're giving direct compliments and they're they're talking fast for 3 minutes will lead to success, but it doesn't. It gets flakes now during the inflation and tariff. The refusal to abandon direct game makes them resistant to more effective strategies like the arrow science. The loss of social skills after the lockdowns, the pandemic and stuff, many white students, especially Gen Z, they lose their social skills, right? And they lose their confidence, and their tonality has made it harder for them to connect with women, forcing them to rely on Tinder and other online platforms. Emotional fragility and low grit. Sometimes white students, particularly those with low self-esteem, lacks the grit, growth, resilience, instinct, and tenacity they needed to succeed. They'll give up easily, half-assing their efforts. They'll crash out when faced with challenges. For example, low grit Europeans often start training by saying, "I just want to be more attractive," instead of like, what the fuck does "be more attractive" means? Especially Germans. I want to be more attractive to women. I don't even care about the lays. What the fuck are you talking about? Right? And this lacks resilience. It prevents them from achieving their full potential. The bottom line is white students are the most capable and lethal group when properly trained, but they also are the laziest and most resistant to change by SMVing it. So that's the problem. They have no skills. They can only use game and they always get stuck with women below their looks level. So if you want to break through that, stop going direct, enhance your social skills flow drill, your social calibration, stop squaring off, and stop being fucking lazy because you're white and you think is easier by SMVing it that minorities don't understand. Start going for same day lays. Okay. And white students, I'll just play the quickly for the German student, and then I'll just play the other ones. I'm not sure if you can hear it, but let me see German, German, German. Shit, it's not here. Let me just scroll down a little bit. Let me just type his name. Okay, hold on. All right. We'll just play the quick version, okay? We'll play the quick version. The 21-year-old, 25, and 21-year-old, right? Wait, what the fuck? Hold on a second.
21, so 8 out of 10. And this PlayStation. It's making out. We got it. My fingers were hard and she was demanding to get it harder and harder. She gave me a blowjob. It showed me. One thing led to another. So yeah. So this is my first week after the second round of Zen training with Johnny Lee.
You see how much he's talking slower and more deliberately? He changed a lot for the way he speaks. And that's what got him his second and third lay in one approach.
Yeah. Again, yes. I ran into a Eastern girl, whatever reason she wants to keep it all hush hush and secret. When she came here, she put her arms around my shoulders and let me take her.
I mean, this guy's 5'7" and bald, right? And super ugly. And he's able to do all this with younger women. And he also banged a 10 out of 10 Megan Fox looking woman that I showed the other students. And they're all like surprised and shocked the other day. So I'm just saying, black pill does not exist if this is the case. Give it a thumbs up, right? For the people that are still here. Thank you for being here.
So I'm having sex with two girls less than half my age. This is girl, bitch. Oops, I did it again. I fucked another 21-year-old yesterday.
Okay. So I'm gonna look at the thing for webinar. I'm not sure if you can hear it, but this one's also extremely short. We'll just keep it short. All right. So it has some Mortal Kombat music, but because it's using that voice, right, to censor it, hopefully you can still hear it. Here it is.
And now for a taste of things to come. Billy.
Okay, so that's a Taiwanese student. Hopefully you can hear this one, right? If the robot voice gets cut off. So this guy says he got me a same day lay. Brazilian woman. He says he also got a fivesome. He got 9 out of 10 Latina fuck buddy, as he says. Hopefully you can hear it. And he turned her into a girlfriend. You can see some of the pictures here. They're censored, but it's perfectly fine. But what's the hood? Oh, another fucking ad. Hold on a second. I pressed the wrong button. Let me try again. How did that happen? I don't. Maybe I pressed another video.
And now we go over it. 30, the Kaizen way to build social skills and social column. And
right.
now,
Yeah, over here. It's all censored. Hopefully you can kind of see it. But they all wear the same clothing, every one of the students, right? So you can't really see it, but yeah, that's a model. I showed it to another student. So he also banged the model's sister, right? They're both blondes. He says after 10 fuck buddies, he also banged the fuck buddy sister. That's a white person. He accidentally fucked her. But these are just clips, right? If I played the whole thing, you can't always hear it with that stupid robot sounding voice, right? To censor their voice, but he had a good reason to do that. So who knows? Maybe he dealt with crazy Middle Eastern people before, and never mind, because they're all violent. But anyways, as I was saying, that's white people. Let's talk about the Jewish students, right? The Jewish or Jewish white. So Jewish students, including those who are half Jewish, they bring a unique set of strengths to day game training. They have a resilient mindset, high intelligence, and ruthless determination that sets them apart from other ethnicities. However, their strengths often come with corresponding weaknesses for Jews, making them fascinating groups to coach. Let's break this down. They have a resilient mindset, like the IDF. One of my students was a IDF soldier, actually. So they feel the fear and do it anyways. One guy was a lot of fear, but he still fucking does it because he was in the IDF, right? So they may feel the fear as much as some of the Latinos, half the Latinos are like that, super fears. But this time they'll push through it. They don't give a fuck. The resilience is unmatched. They can get knocked down repeatedly and still get back up. This ability to charge forward as a Jew, despite the setbacks, make them highly effective in day game, especially when combined with proper training. Same day lay capabilities. Jews can actually same day lay, even more than white people can. So this guy was like, either you're a Jew or you're half Jewish. Their ability to execute the same day lay is one of their strongest traits because white people can't do it. Even if that guy's half Jewish, he can do it. Then many Jews for students in my training depends on the same day lays, bypassing the needs for phone number closes or drawn out interactions. Unlike white students who often rely on outdated methods like the mystery method or misery method, Jewish students approach day game like the IDF trained killers, focusing on immediate results. Their whitewash appearance often helps them pass as white, giving them a perceived advantage in social interactions. This allows them to capitalize on their same day lay potential while avoiding some of the biases of other minorities may face. But seriously, in 2025, right, Jewish people are treated like shit, and now people are protesting against them in universities. What a fucking world we live in. That's fucked up. Even the far left hates Jews. Highly intelligent in neural pathways. Jewish people have the highest IQ, more than Chinese people like myself. They have developed neural pathways, right? They have some kind of genetic flaw that makes them have more neural pathways or stems, right? The Ashkenazi Jews. So even though they are less academically inclined, they still exhibit a sharpness and ability to adapt quickly. For Jewish students with Asperger's, their intelligence often compensates for any social skills deficiency, making them effective learners and practitioners of day game. They have a ruthless determination, like an IDF soldier, like I said, and that bypass distractions, ignore unnecessary theories, and like mystery method or RSD, their newbie mindset, they come into training without any preconceived notions of mystery or RSD. It makes them highly coachable and adaptable. So they have a whitewash appearance. The Jews almost look like they're white, even though I don't think Jews are white because if they're white, then Hitler and the whole Holocaust would not exist. Seriously. Like, don't take anything I say out of context. I'm just saying. Would that have happened if they're actually white? They're not white. So, but they look like they're white. Sometimes they have like blue eyes, sometimes they don't. But they have curly hair and stuff like that, but they're different. They don't really look like exactly the same. And they have slightly bigger noses. This perceived whiteness allows them to leverage the social calibrations effectively, compensating for the lack of emotions and overly moody nature. And yeah, the Jewish white student, we never knew he was half Jewish. We just found out that he was adopted later on, and his father was Jewish. So otherwise, we wouldn't have known. He just really found out during the training. It explains a lot. Resilience through negative emotions. Jewish people don't have like a wide range of emotions, right? They're just like the Vietnamese Chinese, right? They have alexithymia, but they're very moody. They almost have borderline personality disorder. They focus on negative emotions. They're always gloomy and triggered, and they're always under anxiety. And this happens after the epigenetics of the Holocaust. The next generations all have this sort of PTSD like gloominess. However, this lack of emotional variety actually works in their favor. Their ability to push through these negative emotions without being overly emotional allows them to stay focused and execute their training. They don't let their moodiness or their gloominess stop them from taking action. They'll feel it and do it anyways, which is a key factor for their success. They're capable of hard resetting. Jewish students have a unique ability to perform hard resets. When their ego and self-esteem becomes too imbalanced, they get too many lays for my coaching, like 5 lays in a row, like 5 lays in 5 days or 2 lays in one day. For example, they'll achieve more lays, their ego will rise and their self-esteem drops. However, they're capable of recognizing this imbalance and resetting and becoming a student again. Their ability to self-correct ensures that they don't spiral out of control with when they're faced with setbacks or challenges. Jews have a strong adaptability in executions because Jews, for students, even though with minimal prior experience, adapt to training quickly. They don't get bogged down by overanalyzing questions or questioning methods, right? Like Latino fuck behavior. Instead, they execute with a newbie mindset, trusting the system of mind and focusing on results. Their ability to adapt and execute makes them some of the most effective students for day game training. They all they have a high lay potential. Jewish students are highly capable of achieving high lay counts, especially when they focus on same day lays. Their ruthless execution of resilience and intelligence allows them to dominate day game and achieve consistent results. For example, a Jewish white student in my program has 20 lays, including many same day lays, demonstrating the effectiveness of their approach when paired with proper training of mind. Students with highly capable and their resilience have distinctive weaknesses that stems from their unique emotional and psychological makeup. These traits often limits their long-term potential and prevents them from fully capitalizing on their abilities. It means that they cannot reach self-actualization to the very top of their abilities because they're either quit at some point or they're just like have so much gloominess and borderline personality. So number one, they lack emotional variety. They're always gloomy and triggered. And they call that empathy. That's not empathy. Or they're the most empathetic person they know. Jews, for students, they confuse feelings with emotions. Emotions are like basket robins. There's like 20 or 30 flavors of emotions. Feelings are when you're triggered or gloomy. The feelings are immediate reactive responses like putting your hand on the hot stove or feeling triggered. Jewish students experience negative feelings like depression, gloominess, and being easily triggered, but they lack the broader spectrum of emotions that includes empathy, happiness, and surprise. This emotional detachment makes them appear moody and disconnected despite their capabilities to execute day game strategies effectively. Their borderline personality disorder and moodiness can hinder their ability to maintain consistent or engage deeply with others or continue their drills. Even after programs like mental trauma cure, Jews they open up emotionally and that's the only time they can experience positive emotions, but they're stuck in negative emotional loop and they often mistaken for empathy is not. They always give up after finding a girlfriend. Once they find a girlfriend, they no longer even want to practice to keep up their skills. Jews for the students have tendency to quit entirely once they find a significant other. Just like the student with 20 lays, now he's with a Ukrainian that's 8 out of 10. He's already quit. While they're capable of achieving multiple lays and same day lays, they even settle down prematurely. Once they find a girlfriend or someone they perceive to be the one, they stop pursuing their full potential and abandon further training. This crash out behavior highlights their low emotional endurance and tendency to prioritize short term comfort over long term growth. Their limited commitments to long term growth, right? The Jew students are willing to invest in themselves, which is great. They're not cheap, right? They're not cheap, which is a positive trait, but they rarely follow through to reach their full potential. They excel in early stages of training, achieving quick results, but they often plateau or quit entirely once they feel like they achieved enough. This mindset of settling for less limits their ability to truly become a master of day game. Despite their capabilities to dominate, they rarely push beyond their comfort zone, even though they're more capable than white people. Over reliance on whitewash appearance. Jewish students often camouflage as white due to their whitewash appearance, which helps them blend in socially. It gives them a tactical advantage. It also becomes a crutch. They rely on their whitewash appearance to compensate for the lack of emotional depth, which can limit their abilities to develop more advanced social skills. This over reliance on their perceived whiteness prevents them from fully addressing their weakness or pushing themselves to improve. And they're always constantly traveling and lacking stability in terms of like being in one place too long. Jewish students often have a nomadic lifestyle, frequently traveling. This can be seen as adventurous, but also disrupt their ability to maintain consistent training and progress. Their lack of stability often leads to inconsistent results and prevents them from fully committing to the long term growth of self actualization. They also have a lower self mentality. Jewish students often operate from a lower self mentality. They focus on immediate gratifications rather than long term potential. While they are capable of achieving incredible results, probably beyond all the other students, they rarely think beyond their current goals. Their mindsets limits their ability to evolve and reach a higher level of day game mastery. So the bottom line for Jews is that they're highly capable individuals, immense potential, but their emotional detachment, tendency to quit early, and a lack of long-term commitment often holds them back. Their strengths, like their resilience and ability to camouflage as white, are undermined by their weaknesses, such as gloominess, triggered feelings, and lower self mentality. While they excel in the short term, their inability to fully embrace their emotional growth and long-term training prevents them from being truly unstoppable in day game. Their nomadic tendencies of moving around too much, you know, it also makes them inconsistent. Jewish students are a classic example of a double-edged sword. Their strengths can be propelling them to same delays and great heights, but their weaknesses, like their borderline personality, also cuts them down before they can even reach their full potential. So basically, that's what I think about Jewish students. And I'll play two testimonials and we'll end it over here. Any other questions you guys have, go ahead and ask it. But let me just grab a testimonial. Let's see here. I have many over here. So I'm gonna grab one of the Jewish testimonials here and then we'll just play the other one. Okay, this guy has a girlfriend, so we'll just play the girlfriend first before he quit the game, and then we'll play the one before then when he got same day lay. So this guy, let's hear it.
Hey, I'm 42. It is now March 22nd,
This 2024.
2024. A week ago, I celebrated 1 month with my girlfriend. So I wanted to tell you a little bit about that. I've been working with John now for a few months. And a lot of what brought me to this beautiful, great girlfriend are the things that I learned with John. I met her at dancing, but
His tonality is really good. He has like one of the better tonalities of my students.
I believe the fact that I was in the game mode, the confidence to approach her, to be calm, to be confident. That's part of it.
Mm.
Besides that, I'm
Wonderful tonality.
working on my posture. I've been working on body language with John, many things, and so that had to do with it. And on our first date, a lot of the elements that I learned from John came into play because I asked her afterwards all kinds of questions about what from her perspective, right? Which we don't usually get the woman's perspective, but now that we've been together for 2 months, officially for 1 month. So I feel, of course, very confident, very comfortable with her. And so I asked her all kinds of questions because I always like to learn. And also, the female perspective is always interesting for us. So, first of all, she said how I dressed made a big
Whitewash.
impact, made a
Yes.
big point. And that is, I was working with the fashion with John, and I came dressed that way on our first date. Second of all, like I mentioned, posture, how I sat down, how I handled myself. Also, the social skills flow drill, making more of the conversation about her, asking the follow up questions, and following the drills. The algorithm from John helped. What else? Yeah, so the besides that, the pull talk in other cases, I have before and it's worked sometimes, but a lot of times not. Said, hey, let's go to my place, and in this case, I basically said, let's go for a walk. And we walked, and then we got to my place. And she told me afterwards, when I asked her recently,
Yeah,
actually,
you don't want to seat the pole like white dating coaches. That rarely works.
told me, yeah, if you would have said,
You have to maneuver first. You don't want to deal with the objections halfway through the road. If you're seating it, that's for night game with less points, 15 out of 35.
let's go to my place from the beginning, I would probably said no. And the fact that when we walked, I didn't know where we were going. And when I got to your place, I understood it's your place. Inside, inside, I was like, "Oh my god, I can't believe this is happening! Like I'm at his place. All right, fine, let's go with it." But I said, "Ah, you didn't. It didn't seem that way." But externally, she seemed pretty chill, but internally girls have this internal dialogue. She had that, and that is something I learned from John. Also, I did a weak ass attempt at flirting just for John, right? Because he was like, you gotta flirt, you know. Yeah, if you don't flirt, you
Flirt, you
don't
don't
fuck.
fuck.
So I was like, all right.
If you don't flirt, you don't fuck. And forget about sexualizing it. Forget about all this push pull shit, and forget about all this stupid self amusement, cocky, funny clown bullshit.
I forced myself to flirt during the date, and I believe and I could feel that the energy changed, even though it wasn't something so sophisticated, complicated, but it worked because it showed intent. Because I'm very good at being pals, friend zone, but in this case, it was important to show man to woman. I'm trying to think what else. There are just many things that accumulated that brought me to, yeah, to being with her. That these are really valuable things that I learned from John. So I'm grateful. Yeah, so I recommend.
I only have one view for my sales letter today for Elite Bundle 2. What the fuck, right? You guys like, oh no, I got no money. You guys thumb up my ass. Yep, some of these students are getting girlfriends. The other ones are getting like fucking, you know, like 20 lays or something, and now they're with their 8 out of 10 Ukrainian. Come on now, stop being cheap.
Working with John. He teaches a variety of little things or big things that accumulate to just making you more attractive and things that work. Working with John for me was an investment in myself, an investment of money, of course, of time, of course, going out of my comfort zone. It's also investing emotionally. And I think it's totally worth it. I believe in investing in myself. I believe that's how you get forward and move forward in life. And I would encourage you guys to invest in yourself and go for it. This is what's more important than in life than investing in yourself, moving forward, becoming a better person, a better man. That would be my recommendation. Go for it, guys. Okay, I met a beautiful woman at dance.
So this is like, let's see.
Thing. I invited her on a date. I came to the date wearing my Daygame uniform. Oh,
Wait, this is a testimony before. That was just an update. Turn it fuck buddy, and then this is the lay.
work,
This is the first lay with the first
guys.
woman.
As I had learned today on the date, we went to a restaurant, and at some point, I suggested that we go to my place for a private concert. She said, "That sounds great for a different day or time." And I think in the past, I would have been like, "Oh, okay, you don't want to. That's okay. Let's meet next time." But here I was like, "No, I think that's a good idea that we should go to my place. I'm feeling it. Let's go." She's like, "Okay, let's go." So that was cool. And then in the apartment, we danced a little bachata. Then I played piano and sang for her while she sat on my bed. As I came to kiss her on the bed, I kissed her before on the couch. She posed some resistance, but she didn't want to have sex, so I started massaging her. And when she asked if I had oil to put on her, I took off her shirt. The sex was pretty straightforward. So that's how we ended up with the lay. But I will say that I've been working really hard at this program, like either going out to the field, cold approaching, one of my biggest fears. That's why I went for this course and that.
You see, he's not a young looking person, right? He's quite old. Let's see it. Receding hair, older man. But who gives a shit? I mean, if you train under me, right, it's just get results.
And coaching because although you know, a bunch of women through dating apps and stuff, it's not how I really want to meet someone. I want to meet someone in the wild, in the real life, and that I had a very, very big roadblock too. And I understood, seeing all kinds of, in theory, it's all good. There's plenty of stuff I do, but when I understood that John really can is coaching like every day, one on one. I got this through a friend who recommended, like sending recordings and stuff, of my actual interactions and getting corrected. It's like, whoa, this is definitely something that I would want. And I would say, John, he's not easy. He pushes you really hard, and it's a lot of work. It takes a lot of time. It takes a lot of emotional energy. But to me, because I put this on a very high priority for myself, so I'm gonna keep doing it. Okay, I got one lay. That's nice, but there's still so much more to advance. I want to be.
Yeah, he did get a second lay, and he also like turned her into a girlfriend. So, was it worth it? I mean, if you say no, right, then you have to be insane. If you say yes, then join me.
Good at this. I want to be a master at this. There's still a lot of fear, but I still go and do it anyway, and that's the secret is to keep doing it. I do a lot of practices that John gives me. He worked with me on my wardrobe. He worked with me on my body language, on the speed that I say, on what I say, how I say it.
See,
Corrects me.
the tonality, everything was corrected too. So he was learning elite tonality mastery in 2024.
There's a lot. There's a lot going on here to get this to work. Like I said, there's still a lot more to go. So I look at this as a long term investment. And yeah, I would recommend John to anyone who's serious about advancing and who wants to put in the work. I would expect it to be easy and fast, but definitely possible. I really believe that by myself, I had like such a big fear. My cortisol was in skyrocketing, and I pushed through it. And I really feel that if I could do it, like push through this fear and do it, then everybody has fear, but I can't imagine people having more fear than me and than I had. I still have, but not as much. So anyway, I would recommend to work with John. I've worked with different coaches, but I've never seen a coach that was so dedicated, so wants his students to succeed. Is invested, like he lives it. He lives it through me. Even at times, like he's the one who initiates. So how's it going? Encourages. Yeah, like is it tough love? Like feel the love. Yeah, yeah. Well, some things about you and your current.
So basically, yeah. So I do get a lot of older students too, right? So and that's just one of them. The other student has like 20 lays or something, but we don't have time to play all of them. We just go really fast, okay? And then we'll end the video. And then tomorrow is gonna be the last day of the challenge. Today is gonna be the second last day to get the course at $935. So in case you guys did not upgrade, then it's too fucking bad. So it will be on you. It's not my fault. So okay, let's see the Jewish student. We'll just go up to like the later lays, right? We don't have time to listen to all of them. We'll just pick like maybe three or something quickly. This is ninth lay.
Today's 27. Recording another testimonial for John Lee. Yesterday I had another lay, just same day lay.
The Jewish white student.
Guest house staying at. Actually, it's an hour we're sitting together. So wanted to record this video. And again, just
See?
now it's the third lay in 3 days, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, 3 lays in 3 days. He got 5 lays in 5 days.
Just another video, another point for anyone watching.
Okay, we'll go to the next one. Okay, so that's ninth lay. Just go through everything. Hold on a second. Yeah, there's just so many lay testimonials, but we're just gonna quickly go through it and then we'll end the video. But join Elite Bundle Resurrections. The thing is that why will you not join? Oh, but money problem. Maybe that's the biggest objection is the money problems, how you deal with it. So I'm looking over his lay picks. I think a lot of his testimonials are down there somewhere. So just scrolling down, probably way down. I played it yesterday, but it doesn't mean that everyone was here yesterday. So I gotta keep scrolling down for all the lay picks. Oh, here's some of the testimonials. So 10th lay over here. How about we just play his 20th lay and we just move on. We don't have time for everything. Oh, okay. This is a blonde chick. This is a Ukrainian. He quit the game for her. We'll play this one.
I'm recording this video testimonial for John Leeds for a thinking play that I had this summer in July. I met a woman in my yoga class, and after class, I approached her. We started a conversation, talked for some time, I got her number, and the next day we met again, and I took her back to my place. And she's Eastern European, 8 out of 10, very
Ukrainian.
attractive. And that's would have been possible if it hadn't been for John and his coach. And for any skeptics out there, this is what I'm recording the video for. This is who I'm recording the video for, because this could be you recording this video, not me. And I really want to encourage you to take action for yourself, because I know what it feels like to think this is not possible. I can't do this. I'm not enough. The reality is you are. And John is going to push you. He's going to help you. He's going to be there for you. And I'm just telling you right now, you don't even know it's possible for yourself. So just take the step. You don't need to take 10 steps right now. Just take one step. Jump to John, set up a call. No obligation from you, right? And take the step yourself, like I did, blindly. And I'm telling you, you won't regret it. You won't regret it one bit.
Okay, and then there's a German one. A second. Fuck the German one.
This your testimonial is for John Elite for a late digging.
This one's around like 15th lay or something.
The class she was teaching. After class, we talked and some light snack, some tea, and got a number. We made plans to eat all again all evening. And had dinner. After dinner, I had to go back to my place, and that's what happened. So I recorded a number of these for John, and the message that I give is always the same. And I don't know if they're watching these or not, to be honest, but here's how you guys watch these.
Yeah, I mean, I have to lay pick everything for the thing, so
I don't know what would keep you from those ones on. I don't know what your intentions are. I don't know what your doubts are. And I can't imagine.
maybe it's a tariff or something, right? So maybe that's a big objection, and we should talk about possibly tomorrow. Like, what do you do about the fucking tariff, right? How do you save money? How do you train with me? Yeah, I'm just adapting along the way. I have no idea what day number 5 is actually. I'm just
So, but I understand you.
I write all these last minute.
Seems well, someone else can have that. It's amazing. But I can't have that. I'm not enough. Or is it possible for me? So, I again just want to encourage you, if you are watching these, that this is all possible for you too. And it doesn't mean it's not made for you.
I would say the current best Asian student was the guy who got 15 lays, 5 models, 5 white girls, 2 actresses, and then he got married with an actress. The second best one was probably like the 5'4" Filipino with 150 lays. So it really depends. This guy has less lays, but he's done more remarkable things like getting married and procreating. So I would say that.
It's very possible. I'm from experience that I've read someone so bad, and the result I've had. So, take this message, take action. It's the only thing I can do. Just take the first step. This journey of 1,000 miles. Get one step. And right now, that's the only step you have to take. Don't worry about the rest. Just grasp the process, stretch on. And know you're making an investment in yourself that you'll be grateful for the rest of your life. Over and out.
Okay, that's German one. Let's just go for number 20, right? The 20th lay testimonial, 2 lays in 1 day. There's a lot more, right? But we don't have time for this. Just joint elite bundle resurrections. Number 20.
This is your testimony. Unfortunately, today is February 6th, 2025. And yesterday, I had not one but 2 lays. And second play was a same lay. Morning, I was at my guest house hotel, and there was a woman there. She was with 2 men, and she was just leaving on a motorcycle with one of the men. And I approached the 3 of them, and I told him, "Hey, your girlfriends were beautiful." And she laughed, said, "Oh no, this is my brother-in-law, or my uh, stepbrother." And we chatted for a bit. She gave me her contact, and then later in the evening, she messaged me and said she wanted to meet. So we met. We went to my place, and that's how it went. And again, just another one of these reminders, another one of these voices telling you to take action. This result might sound unbelievable. I have 2 lays in 1 day for Daygame. I have 2 lays in 1 day for Daygame. I have 2 lays in 1 day for Daygame. I have 2 lays in 1 day for Daygame.
Just make sure you got it.
Going and talking to people, strangers in the street. It's all possible. I'm telling you, I'm here to tell you. Doing this message to you, it's all possible for you. You can take action. You can go to John. And it won't always be easy. I'm not gonna lie. Keep going. You can't imagine what's possible for you. I promise.
That's where I want to end with. Okay? Get elite bundle resurrections. So right now it's $935. You can break it down to $313 into 3 pieces. Just put down the first deposit and worry about the rest later and just get started. Or else if you have Elite 30, just pay the difference. Elite Bundle 1, pay the difference. If you have Elite Bundle 2 already, it's still $200 extra to upgrade because I cannot make a profit paying the difference. But other than that, yeah, just get started. In Mexico, right? One Asian student had 5 lays in a row in 1 to 6 approaches. Did you not hear it? Um, I could play it, but there's a guy, his testimonial, he's the 3MP guy from Toronto. He got 5 lays in like, literally, he was only there for, like, a short time, like, 2 weeks or something, and he got 5 lays. And other people cannot believe it because they lived in Mexico too for so many years, even other Canadians, right, that moved there, but they were so uncoachable, like Latino fuck behavior. Whenever we have a half Latino, that guy was half Latino, he's from Vancouver, and half they're always Ecuadorian, half Ecuadorian, half white. It's almost for some reason, almost always, whenever a Latino is mixed, is always half Ecuadorian. I don't know why. Maybe there's some kind of history there back in the old days when they mixed or something, but it's always half Ecuadorian. That guy struggled in the when he was training in Kaizen, and he got kicked out. He didn't even finish the mindset playlist, had a Latino fuck behavior. But the Chinese, or and this half Chinese, half Vietnamese guy goes in there, fucking 5 lays, and all in 1 to 6 approaches too. So it's like, what the fuck? Try look him up, Toronto 3MP. Like you'll find him in the testimonials. The guy looks like he has some kind of glasses. That guy, and it says something about Mexico or another layer or something. You'll find a Mexican flag somewhere, and that'll answer your question. So definitely is possible and is super easy for my students. Even if he could not speak English, I mean, could not speak Spanish or Espanol, he still use a Google translator, but his body language is what communicated most of that stuff, right? She didn't have to have perfect thing, like perfect body language, just enough of the texting. And you can see the nonverbal communication is more powerful than game because no amount of game verbals is going to get you laid a lot in Mexico. The body language and the arrow science, maneuver, sexualized objections, looping will get you there. So, anyways, this is the end of today. I'm gonna cut the video for later and post it at 9 p.m. or 9 a.m. And then later on, I'm gonna be back for the last day. And I think a lot of people are just curious how the fuck you're gonna afford to 935 bucks. I'm gonna give you some tips. I don't know what the day number 5 is. I'll come up with something. I have not written the script yet. This script was written like, last minute, and I always adapt it to the previous day. So I hope that answers your question, that it gives you some encouragement that with my system, anything is possible. Marriage, procreation, many lays, all 1 to 6 approaches, many fuck buddies, 5-some, 4-some, 3-some, 4 girlfriends, couple of threesomes. Everything is possible. That even tall self-proclaimed white coaches, and they brag how smart they are with their stupid Tinder shit, can never figure out what my students can do. Because I'm the best. I have most pickup lay testimonials, pickup, like actually approaching in the whole world, more than the other night game coaches. Even though that is still pickup, but I'm more than they do for day game, more than a night game. So, anyways, don't hesitate. Scrape together whatever money you can, put down the first deposit, open up Elite 30, and then go through it. And then I'll train you for like Elite Access afterwards, you pay more, and then Elite Tonality Mastery. Don't cheap out because the longer you wait this year, the more cortisol you get, right? It's a scorecard. So if you wait until next year or the year afterwards and you quit or you don't do it, you have like 2 years worth of cortisol and you won't be able to do it. That's the truth. That's where I want to end in on a good note. All right. Later and see you guys tomorrow, 4 p.m. Pacific time. If I'm on Filipino time, then maybe 4:30. So if nobody shows up, I'll just end it and then I just keep repeating it until people shows up. So yeah, there's 3 people here. Any final questions? If not, then yeah, see you tomorrow.